And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. How are you? I'm excited to be here. It is a very, very hot Saturday, July 6th, 2020, in the year of our Lord 2024. I'm not exaggerating saying it's hot, hot, hot. It's only about 1 p.m. and it is it's creeping towards 90 degrees, which for some of you is going to seem like nothing, but for a Washingtonian like myself, who is not used to the intense temperature, it is an absolute nightmare. It is a afternoon Saturday show, so when we do this, things tend to fall into place a little bit different. We're actually excited to welcome back fan favorite and much requested, the Headless Giant. He's a historical researcher, podcast personality, and of course, a incredible fan favorite of a guest. From his description on his podcast, he says it's a refined perspective on the standard issue reality provided without conceit. And there was a lot of hype for our first show with him. So we're going to be continuing the discussion, a lot more to get into. And I do want to remind everybody to go to endofdaysradio.com where you can donate. Just click donate. You can donate to the show. Much appreciate your donations. Definitely helping keep the lights on and the servers up, keeping me well fed, because I do like to eat occasionally so I don't starve. And remember, you can also email me, danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have a guest suggestion, if you'd like to be a guest, if you'd like to invite me on your show, hit me up at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. But that's enough jibber jabbering. Let's go ahead and bring on the Headless Giant. Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. Did you get a new haircut?
I did get.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you looked a little different. You look good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, not at the airport anymore. So back home.
Yes. Although it was exciting seeing the inner workings of the airport. It's good to have it's good to have you in full spirit.
Arguably, it's more noisy here because I've got a bunch of motorcyclists outside that just love to rev their engines all the time. But I'll try and keep the mute button handy.
Yeah, tell those Hell's Angels to quiet down. So, we kind of talked about this. I brought you on for a few minutes just to warm up, but you've got a pretty interesting painting behind you.
Right. So this behind me is Medicine by Gustav Klimt. I talk about it all the time, but I thought I'd have to get it. What you see here, that's Hygeia. That's daughter of Asclepius. Asclepius is why you have the snake on the rod out in front of the hospitals. He's the god of medicine and healing. So this is his daughter, Hygeia. And in the old Asclepians or the hospitals, you would sleep in, this is where we get the term sleeping in the temple, so that you could have visions from Hygeia about how to heal yourself. Well, this painting was by Gustav Klimt, and he was trying to indicate no matter what amount of medicine you have or experience, you're still going to end up dying, which pissed off a lot of doctors at the time. But there's so much more to this painting than just that. See, she's holding right here in her hand the cup of Lethe. The Greeks believed that upon incarnation, you would have to drink from this river Lethe, which would wipe your memory of your former incarnations and the afterlife and all the rest of it. So she's offering it to you, the viewer, as sort of like the initiation to becoming born into this right here, this river of souls. Now, if you could see that river of souls, everybody in there has their eyes closed. So as they're born, as they're put onto this material realm, they go back to sleep. And that sleep is sort of the result of not having those ancestral memories that are now wiped from your mind. And over here, we see life giving birth into this river of souls. And it's very symbolic of the afterlife and reincarnation. And it should be noted that, maybe it's time we stop drinking so heavily from this cup of Lethe and start to remember some of our former incarnations. So this painting was actually destroyed by Nazis who were fleeing a castle, right? So they just lit the whole castle on fire so that it couldn't be used by the Allies as they were retreating. So this painting is only found in reproductions. So I got a reproduction of it and put it up on my wall. I have another painting that I normally have behind me, but I've retired that one for a while, probably bring it back later. But yeah.
Cheers, guys. I got something to add exactly to what you're saying right now, Headless Giant. Over the past few months and in recent times especially, I've had people approach me that I would never expect in a million years. People that were like club goers, townies, stuff like that are apparently experiencing a phenomenon where they're having floods of past life memories and they don't know what the hell is going on. I have a theory. This could be something to do with the dead are rising within the current living for the day of judgment sort of thing. So that's my take on it.
It could be. There's a Greek philosopher who started science, right? Started the field of the science or the philosophy of being, who came up with a term called aletheia. So that means the revealed truth. So what they would be experiencing by having these past life memories and everything flooding to the surface is experiencing aletheia. Because as we know, the cup of Lethe is the thing that makes you forget. And aletheia would be the thing that makes you remember the revealed truth. So it's important to understand that there is sort of like a path to reacquiring those memories and experiencing the revealed truth of history. Because as we know, history is not what they've been telling us all these years. And getting back to that point could be very important.
There's a very rare medicinal psychedelic root that grows in Africa that does exactly what you're describing. And I mean with complete fine detailed lucidity down to explaining the fine details of the biologics and genetics of it.
Iboga? Is that the one you're talking about?
That's the one.
Yep. I've heard about that. So yeah,
recommend it.
there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the boga. But yeah, they use it for drug addiction and all sorts of other things too. But having that side benefit of revealed memories from the past is kind of powerful.
I ate over 1,000 grams over a 12-year period. I can attest to that better than most.
Wow. Yeah. So
yeah, that's really interesting because like one thing that's always made me kind of believe in past lives is when I have one of these dreams where I'm a character, meaning that I know who I am. I have an entire backstory that's completely different than who I am in my normal waking existence, with unique memories, with unique desires, with a unique plot line. And sometimes those dreams can go on for years and years. I mean, if that's not memories of a past life, it at least shows that we can exist in a state where we're connected to a completely different version of ourselves. And I think that proves something in a way that we could, be attached to a whole different set of memories, and we probably could reincarnate and live a whole completely different life.
There are very many examples of that. The problem is that people don't realize that these are indicators that we can move beyond the life that we know into something even greater. And so what they end up doing is obsessing about these memories when they should be using them to enhance their lives as they're living them now. Come back to the moment and use that for their own benefit and moving beyond it. I think that's a big part of why we have an elite class, is because they sort of use what is given to them by their ancestors as a tool of moving beyond the limitations that they experience in their own lives. So I give the example of sipping and spitting. So they would be spitting out that cup of letha instead of taking a big swig and having a whole brand new experience. But I think moving back into the river of souls doesn't have to be a completely unconscious experience. We can consume those memories that we've experienced in our past lives. But if you think about it, there is a type of medicinal quality to forgetting. I mean, everybody's had really difficult parts in their own lives that they would rather forget than remember. And there's a great temptation to drink of that cup and just forget,
Yeah, I've even had thoughts like that. Like, man, I can't wait until I reincarnate and I just forget all this awful stuff and I get to start fresh with a fresh set of eyes and without all this back pain going on. Looks like Gio just wants to jump in here just real quick, and he has one more thing to add. Gio, did you have one more thing to add?
Absolutely. The way the best way I can describe what was shown to me is that, are you either of you familiar with how they describe how the transporters work in Star Trek? Star Trek. They essentially vaporize a person and then create an exact genetic duplicate that is that person, kind of like the body is more an antenna to pick up the frequency of the individual's consciousness. Now, throughout our lives, we all have our own personal genetic code, which is our collective ancestral history, all of the choices we made in this life due to epigenetic exposures. You can choose to do one thing or another. That is going to have an effect on you over time, no matter what. Genetics are constantly changing. Now, wherever you are when you die with your genetics and their configuration, somewhere within time, past, present, or future, there will be a child on a long enough timeline born with the same genetics that you left off with. And that's basically the long and the short of how that could potentially work.
Well, I think there's another angle here, which is form and formlessness. So being in form in this body, we sort of have an attachment to that form. But when you die, you go into formlessness. So it's sort of like you're sort of like that transport analogy. They take all the molecules apart and then you're put back together in a different form. Well, in that formless state, you sort of have a yearning to go back to the form that you were in. When you're in a formless state, those memories can split up. They can go different directions. So you can't really say you're the same person in all of these lives over and over again, unless you are very, very connected to that form. And it's that connection to form where we get the ego and all the rest of these concepts that we sort of create for ourselves. But in that formless state, we can be anywhere or nowhere simultaneously, right? So there's that dichotomy between form and formlessness that really needs to be addressed while you're alive so that you can get the maximum benefit from reincarnation.
Hey, speaking of Star Trek, this is a little bit random, but I just randomly, for whatever reason, started reading about the Romulans. And it's kind of funny how they make the Romulan Empire kind of emulate or copy the Roman Empire. Like there's some serious crossover there. Like
Big
even
time,
in
even the name.
Yeah. What was
Right.
that? Yeah, definitely.
But if
But
you
there-
look at who the Romulans are contrasted with, it's the Vulcans, right? So the Vulcans became these peace-loving people who only wanted logic and all the rest of the stuff. And the Romulans were warlike and they were the bad guys. And you really see that sort of schism kind of representing the Christian move, right? So the Vulcans would be far more refined and whatever, but the Romulans, they kept their warlike nature, and sort of it's like casting aspersions on the past there. And it's interesting, Leonard Nimoy actually used the live long and prosper sign from his rabbis. So the rabbis would actually make this symbol right here on a certain day for a Jewish feast. And so what Leonard Nimoy did is he just adapted that for the Vulcans. And so you kind of get this idea of the Vulcans were more Semitic or Semitized version of the Romulans. And the Romulans, being the pagans before the Semitization of the Romans.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Definitely. Let's see. We got a comment from Martian Medicine Man. Reincarnation and result of fools getting tricked into going into the reptilian soul trap when they die. The tunnel with light at the end. Any thoughts on the tunnel of light?
I think there's lots of things you can do when you achieve formlessness, which would be, dissolution of the body. The idea that there is a soul trap, I believe that's probably true. We're kind of isolated here. We're in a sort of hermetic sealed bubble, and you kind of have to make the choice. Do you want to stay in that bubble or do you want to move beyond it? And being tricked is easy enough if you can make people that have achieved formlessness sort of appear before you and say, go into the tunnel, but the idea there is if there is this version of formlessness, as I've been talking about, it would appear to you on the astral plane as well, right? So as you're dreaming, as you're going into past lives and stuff like that, it wouldn't be hard to create sort of a feeling of being trapped within that realm of formlessness. I know I've had dreams where I've woken up and I'm still in the dream. It's really annoying, especially when you got to get up early and you're like, I woke up 2 hours ago, but I'm still asleep. And now I'm completely late for what I have to do. But it's the same thing.
Yeah, I've had that too. You wake up and it's still kind of floating around your head. And there's even times when I've tried to kind of hang on to it, and it's frustrating because it just slips away from you as your day to day is coming back in the picture. I found that to be really frustrated sometimes. And I wonder if this whole thing is connected to lucid dreaming in the sense that, we can't remember our dreams. Maybe if we could remember our dreams, we'd be able to tap into our past lives a little bit easier.
I absolutely believe that lucid dreaming is a major step forward. But in lucid dreaming, what you're doing is you're achieving a higher level of formlessness where you're conscious of the construct that you're in. So if we want to go back to painting, like you're in the river of souls with your eyes open when you're lucid dreaming because you're remembering the freedom of formlessness, right? You can do pretty much anything you want to in a formless body. And the concept of the gods to the pagans would be more of a formless or transformational state. So they have so many different crossovers between these gods in all these different areas. For example, if you look at the swastika, it's found on 5 different continents of completely disconnected people. They're all using the same swastika motif. There has to be some sort of a connection there. And I think you can find that connection on this astral plane. What we've lost when they instituted Christianity is an understanding of the symbolic nature of the universe. Everything that happens is symbolic of something else. And when you sort of get back into that symbolic universe type mindset, you understand exactly how connected everything is, using these symbols as sort of benchmarks, as a kind of a harmonious state between states.
This whole thing about what you said earlier about them wanting us to not remember who they are, or them having an advantage because they are able to carry some knowledge from past lives, or perhaps, as what has been discussed out there, there's some type of life extension going on. You hear this stuff about comparing the elite to vampires and things like that, which I find supremely interesting. We can get into some real mythology type of stuff with that. But I do think this is a key area right here. I really do. And part of the reason is, in some versions of the flood myth, God literally says after the flood happens is, I'm going to shorten your lifespan. Because if you look before the flood, biblical types will tell you that characters from the Bible lived hundreds of years, maybe even thousands in the cases of some of these old kings and people like that. So I wonder if these two go hand in hand. The idea of a flood, where we are, just kind of like what they did with certain religions, Christianity in a way, and Islam, of erasing the past, to go along with erasing the past and erasing all these prime connections. In the pagan world, we're also reducing the lifespan. So, and part of it probably has to do with production too. Keep us working our whole lives. Who has time to... We have the internet right in front of us. We have it in our pocket, but who has time to do anything besides, vapid social media, narcissistic selfies, and things of that nature? Like, who really has time to delve into the mystery like we're doing today? I feel like they've done this on purpose, because knowledge is power. And if they are able to accumulate knowledge throughout it's kind of like, some of these like vampire movies and shows, the vampire's got a room in his house and he's got all this treasure that he's collected through the past like 900 years, because he's lived so long. Not only does he know way more than any of us will, but he's also rich, right? He's got all these jewels and stuff he's collected. And maybe that's kind of what's going on with these elite. Maybe they've just collected a lot of jewels and things like that using this, special knowledge, or, they probably have some kind of spirits helping them or something like that. But I totally think that this is a key part of it, giving themselves an advantage using these occult life extension, or perhaps reincarnation secrets.
Right. So, opening the door to that is very important, because what you find in pagan cultures is that the idea about what your family is worshiping is connected to intergenerational knowledge. So all of the ways that they would teach you the path that you'd be on, if you're agrarian, you would have certain stories that would help you in maximizing the yield of your crops. One of the interesting parts is these stone circles in Europe have been found to germinate plants better from seed. So they'll take their seeds to these stone circles, they'll germinate faster and be hardier seeds as they grow. Wow. Than if you didn't. So when you understand that, that's passed along through these family lines, through these stories that they would tell to their kids. And the way that they would acquire knowledge would be through heuristics. So they would give people short little snippets of instruction associated with the gods, with certain times of the year, with certain elements, right? So, for example, the zodiac is 4 elements. You have the water signs, you have the earth signs, you have the fire signs, you have the air signs. Well, in these different signs, you would have certain stories associated with those signs and what you should do in the planting and cycles in that regards. So once you lose that connection to the astrological signs and the gods of those signs, you lose that knowledge as well. So when you've got Christianity coming here and wiping the board clean, saying you can't believe that stuff anymore, we're believing something else, you've got a massive loss of knowledge, and you see the result would be the Dark Ages, right? So, but what led to Rome adopting Christianity is kind of interesting. So we talked a little bit about Virgil and him writing the Aeneid, which is this story of this guy who came from the fall of Troy over to the Italian peninsula. And right there, Troublemaker Jonah just described it. It's the 4 seasons, right? So this swastika symbol represents the 4 seasons, the 4 elements coming together, because as the Big Dipper rotates around the North Star, it creates a swastika in the sky. This is how they remember and view this heuristic of what season goes where, because you can just look up at the night sky and see exactly where the Big Dipper is in relationship to the North Star and know what time of year it is. Because, in more tropical climates, you're not going to necessarily know exactly what time of the year it is. And they weren't keeping calendars like we do today. So there's a definite connection between the land and the gods and the sky that we've lost, because we've lost the ability to sort of transfer these stories over to new generations, these heuristics about what should be done and when. So when you understand that there's a lot of knowledge that we lose every generation, for example, look at the slang from 30 years ago. The slang from 30 years ago is gone. We've replaced it with new slang. We've got this brain rot phenomena going on YouTube where all these people are talking like, complete idiots. And that kind of slang is going to be lost in another 30 years. Well, how do you keep that going? You have to have sort of benchmarks. You have to have these kind of cultural important movements that are, the gods would be a good example of that. So they have their own realm. What's the definition of a god, right? This is something that's also been lost to history. Do we know what the definition of a god is? Can you give me a good example of that?
That's a tough question. No. You can't do it.
Right. Well, I think if you break it down logically, this is my definition, right? A god would be a personification of a sphere of influence, right? So if you're talking about springtime, if you're talking about, the earth, if you're talking about the sky, these are spheres of influence. And the personification over top of that sphere of influence would have certain personality traits, just like we do. And by understanding that personality, we can actually become better equipped to deal with those type of regions. So if you believe that there's only one God, you would say that the entire universe is his realm of influence. And you would be more connected to that idea by connecting with that God, right? So when you understand the definition of a God, then you can start to break down exactly why they would be useful to know. And what you find is fellas like this, Virgil, in his book, the Gorgics, right? He's talking about how the gods influence the seasons, and what it is a poem about all of these seasons and how the farmers, the agrarian lifestyle.
Can you hold up that book one more time?
Sure.
Well, a lot of us are kind of book freaks, so we appreciate that. Okay.
This is Virgil. This is the Gorgics of Virgil. So this is a group of poems written in 1st century BC by Virgil about the agrarian lifestyle. Now, he was, again, the guy who wrote the Aeneid, but he also wrote the Eclogues. And the Eclogues, Eclogue number 4, he makes a prediction about the son of Saturn coming to bring an era of peace, right? And that was taken to be a prophecy about Jesus coming, right? So the early Christians wanted to make Virgil, who was mandatory reading for all of the children of Rome as they were growing up, they wanted to make him a Christian saint because he predicted the birth and coming of Jesus. And after Virgil, you had the Pax Romana, which is 100 years of peace in Rome, relative peace, right? And that 100 years of peace was looked at as being like the absolute golden age of Roman civilization, because through Virgil writing about the Gorgics, he sort of brought dignity to being a farmer. He brought dignity to being connected with the land. It wasn't seen as being a useless pursuit or, lesser. These were people working hard, right? He was all about understanding how to work hard and work efficiently and how toil is everything. And people saw that with dignity now in Rome. And so they were less likely to kind of throw away their lives. And he also was very heavily connected with the Roman emperor too. The Roman emperor loved this guy. They all loved his poetry. So he was a very important part of Roman history. But, again, we lose that over time. But understanding Virgil is definitely important to understanding Christianity and why Rome.
I really like this because there's a lot of people out there in the conspiracy truth community, and they point out the whole Saturnalia thing, and Christmas is pagan, it's evil. They have all this to say about the evils of the Saturnian cults or the Saturnalia, yet this perspective is completely different. This is saying, no, Saturn is a good guy, and Christ is actually his son. Like I have to admit, I haven't heard that take before, and it's really refreshing. And I think we're missing something there. All of us are.
It's right there in the symbolism. So Saturn is this idea of the cube, right? And so the cube of time, which would be your lifespan, your limitations, all the rest of the stuff. Saturn was considered in the ancient astrology to be the furthest wandering star out. So that would be the limitation, right? Kronos, or Saturn in mythology, is the one who cut his own father's junk off and threw it into the ocean. Now, he did that because they wanted to get out of Gaia, right? They wanted to get out of the earth. So the gods are stuck inside the earth because the sky is pressing them in there. And the only way they could get out is by Gaia giving him this adamantium blade. They called it adamant, which is where we get the term adamantium from Wolverine, right? And he uses it to castrate his father. So the sky now separates from Gaia, and all the gods are released, all the titans are released. And so this idea of Saturn being this limitation factor or the cutting edge, right, has been over and over again. We see the black cube of Saturn, right? And then you have to look at the shape of the cross. If you were to fold up a cross, you would get the shape of a cube, right? So Virgil predicting that this son of Saturn would come and bring about this new golden age is related to how he died on this cross, because the cross is a cube. And so people back then would be looking for all of these different symbols. Again, symbolic universe, symbolic understanding. The things that happen are symbolic of other things, and they had that understanding back then. This is why science was important to them, because science was their way of connecting with the gods, looking at nature, understanding the phenomena around them. And, science took a big hit after Christianity took over, because that symbolic universe angle had to be kind of destroyed.
Yeah, and part of that whole process was taking the gods and through researching myself, I found this out. It's no big secret, but at some point, the church and the people revolving around the church, the extra biblical authors and people like that, they took all the gods and they turned them into demons. And that's something that they did during a very specific time period. And we can't ignore that and pretend that that's not something that happened kind of all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Right. Yeah. And you see that especially in like the book of Enoch, right? So the book of Enoch is written about these watchers, and these watchers are related to this event that happened on Mount Hermon, which is an interesting place too. I mean, Mount Hermon has so much history. This is where the ascension took place, right? So not only the watchers came down to earth, but the ascension of Jesus took place on the same mountain. Does that seem odd to anybody? He could have done it from anywhere. Jonah, you there?
Hey, Jonah, just wanted to give you a chance to talk because it looks like your connection's a little spotty. I don't want to lose you before you get a chance to ask some questions or make some comments, although we may not have a connection to you right now. Jonah, are you there?
I'm here, so I'm like, when I say I'm on farm, like I'm on farm, so like I don't know, depending on where I move to, it comes and goes, right? I'm not in the city
I can't hear him.
with all these connections, but and
No, it's
Jonah, we can't really hear you. We'll try back with you again, but maybe for now, just put whatever you have to say in the chat, the non-private chat, so everybody can see, and we can relay it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, from that point, you start to see the sort of breakdown of Roman society because Christianity had this nasty habit of producing fanatics, and these fanatics weren't satisfied until they tore down basically all of the previous gods, right? So they tore down the the Delphic Oracle, right? They tore down lots and lots of statues and put the cross on their faces. They basically torched the ancient world. And in doing so, we've lost so much knowledge. It's unbelievable. But, you know, you also lose the Library of Alexandria. And then the Vatican starts hoarding all this knowledge for themselves. So in a lot of ways, you have to ask yourself, where would we be without all of that knowledge being taken away? Would we be better off, or maybe would we be worse off? I mean, it's an important question to ask because look at where we're at today. We've got a lot of technology, but it's all being used to spy on us. What could they have accomplished back then?
Yeah, and this may have even been going on before the Byzantine time, because I know that the Library of Alexandria was destroyed for some purposeful reason, and there's that whole thing with Plato talking about Atlantis and the Egyptians talking to him and saying, "Oh, you Greeks, you think you know so much, but you're just children compared to us Egyptians. We have the knowledge of the pre-flood times."
Absolutely.
And then to this day, there is this government sitting on top of Egypt that does not want people to really dig down and find out.
Göbekli Tepe. So in Turkey, they have evidence to show that this whole myth of history starting at around 6,000 years ago is nothing but garbage, right? So they're showing with Göbekli Tepe that these people who are supposedly Stone Age people, not capable of permanent settlements, somehow erected all of these stone monuments in Turkey. But they haven't changed that theory at all, right? So after they found it, they're like, no, they're Stone Age people. They're building this somehow without permanent settlements. It's just such retarded bullshit,
There's some zodiacal stuff in there, isn't there? In Göbekli Tepe, like the major zodiacal kind of symbology, and I think it's even shaped like a big circle in some areas.
They had way more knowledge than they were supposed to, and that was evidenced all over Göbekli Tepe. And you know who owns it today? The World Economic Forum, and they're building a visitor center. Yeah, they're building a visitor center with a grove of trees right over the site that they should be excavating. They haven't done anything since 2016.
Huh. Yeah, these elite people, it's like people are probably going to really get annoyed with this, but I feel like, the term Satanism and the devil imagery, the face of the devil, the horned monstrous gargoyle-like look of the devil and demons, I feel part of this is it's a gatekeeping. They want to make us think that they are like these, and they very well might be. I'm not saying they're not, but maybe they want us to think that they're these like bloodletting, evil, dark, sinister people that worship the devil. But in reality, this might be a pagan religion we just don't really understand, and they're probably laughing at us when we're sitting here calling them baby killers and Satanists and stuff like that. I mean, they very well might be, but there's that possibility there too that we just don't understand it very well.
Right. Well, I think it should also be noted that even the resources that we have from the time are really slanted in favor of one culture or another, right? So all of that stuff should be taken into account because they were incredibly xenophobic. They hated each other. And so the way that they made these stories up, it could reflect that as well. And we should also remember that, especially about the Bible. They hated the other cultures around them. So everything they say in that Bible, even if it is true or somewhat true, had to be blown out of proportion because they were totally into, I mean, they call themselves God's chosen people and everybody else is Goyim. I mean, does that really sound like they don't have a slanted perspective?
Yeah, and then getting into this Middle East thing, I know it's a touchy subject. I'm going to try to be careful here, but we seem to have two groups of people that were brought from other areas. European Jews and Arabs that come from Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and they're all just being kind of pushed into this small little area, so-called Israel. They're just beating the shit out of each other, killing each other. Meanwhile, the people that like really live there, the Uyghurs, they're like up in China getting kind of genocided and put into camps and stuff like that. Like to me, it's very obvious that they're trying to kind of cover up the history of the Middle East, especially the whole Canaanite religion.
I have a good example of that. So in the 1860s, you have the rise of this guy named Karl Marx, and he's a secular Jew. He's like the godfather of secular Jews. So that's the influence for how they come into the 20th century, is this guy who was celebrated as this hero for bringing communism to the world. And you have rabbis bragging about Karl Marx all the time, because after Karl Marx, every political organization in the world called themselves socialists. I don't know if you've read anything about the 1920s, but the 1920s had like 16 different socialist parties. It was incredibly popular. All that went away pretty much after the Cold War started. Like everybody sort of strayed away from that socialist label once America started to go to war with them. But that was commonplace. It was all over. And so you have the revival.
Even today, I believe the progressives, like their actual name is something socialist, something like that.
Right. Well, the progressive era never ended. It's always been that type of socialism. It's this kind of Fabian model. If you know about the Fabian socialists that really came out of the rise of the socialist movement, also founded by Jews, you have this entire, web of relationships that leads you to where we're at today. And they just changed the names on it, but it's the same group of people.
Hey Clint.
I'm just looking for a lighter.
Thought I'd bring you on because oh Jesus, got a lightsaber. Karl Marx was mentioned. I thought maybe that name would fire you up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, see, like Weishaupt and Robespierre and Jean Rousseau and like a bunch of these other Illuminists, the Lodge of the Perfectibilists.
Perfectibilists, yep.
Yeah, the socialism was just one of the cell systems used by the Illuminists. The others are anarchy, the Democratic Society founded by the French, and communism, of course. And that
Mary Shelley's dad. Do you guys know who Mary Shelley is?
Frankenstein author.
Frankenstein. There you go. So Mary Shelley's dad was the founder of anarchism. And he was into elitist anarchism. He believed that the best way to achieve anarchism is by having elites that would destroy governments.
Huh. That's different.
Yeah, that's
what
what
do you
they
think
did in
is
France.
going on today?
Yeah, never looked at it that way.
They're agent provocateur slash damn it, what's that word? Damn it, I say it all the time.
Crisis actors.
No, fuck. Damn, I'm having a brain fart. I haven't drank my.
It's all good. We get the idea. Basically, they're like, they're actors and people like Alex Jones might be. I say might. I know a lot of people that watch the show are fans of his. He might be some kind of agent provocateur or what they like to use that term, controlled opposition.
Oh,
Yep.
There's a lot of
agitators.
agitators. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
they
can do so
agitate.
much. You can do so much by introducing certain ideologies to certain groups, right? You just throw it out there and you make it popular, and then you start to see people's minds start to change. That's why it's so important to understand the ethics of how the power comes about. But that's another thing. What's the definition of government? I asked you what the definition of a god is. You didn't know. What's the definition of a government? What makes it different from every other organization?
Well, to the Marxist, government is God. Trick question.
State comes before everything.
It's got a very similar definition to the definition of a god. So the definition of a government is the monopoly of legitimate use of force in a given area. Definition of a god is a personification of a sphere of influence. Those two
I think
things
they've
are
also
very
tried
similar.
Yeah, I think
got-
they've also been trying to kind of change that definition a little bit in recent times, and I'm just referring to a lot of this ancient astronaut type of stuff where they and I say this, they want us to, I don't really know, but they seem to want us to see the gods differently, to see them more like they're aliens or maybe a different species or something like that. And that might have
to choose your god. You could choose your government. You know what I mean? Like if enough people make that choice, then you don't have the same type of organization that's ruling over top of them. You've got to have a religion before you can have a government. That's just a fact. Well, we had a religion in this country, and we're a Christian-based country. What does that produce? A lot of sheep.
Well,
and a lot of stuff in the Bible, it seems to I've been kind of thinking of this recently. A lot of it seems to be kind of like mind control, where you're supposed to call God the Father, and there's a lot of stuff about submitting in there. A lot of it does seem to want to make people submit and basically obey government. I know there's one part of the Bible, someone pointed this out to me, where it literally says, is that the part where it says all authorities are granted authority by God? Yeah, see, stuff like
13,
that.
written by Paul, right? Paul was a Jewish Pharisee.
Interesting.
So there's different ethics to the entire Abrahamic religion. They have institutionally based ethics where on one side you have good and on the other side you have evil, right? And they tell you which goes in what category. So they get to make that decision.
Yeah.
Right? So when they determine all of these ethics for you, they're telling you how to behave. You must turn the other cheek. You must accept government as being created by the will of God.
Render unto Caesar what is his.
Bingo.
Damn it,
You see what I'm saying? It's a different kind of ethics. It's no longer about freedom. A lot of the Proto-Germanic religions talks explicitly about freedom. They say it once or twice in the Bible, but it's not the same thing. Freedom to follow your God, pretty much.
Pretty much. Dr. Robert, are you present? He might be AFK. Dr. Robert.
He's got a mute. Hit the mute button, Dr. Robert.
No worries. Let's try Jonah, see if his connection has improved at all. Jonah, are you there? Okay, let's try Dave Sarra. Dave, are you there?
So
Dave. No worries. We will get back to the gentleman in a little bit. Let's see if Gio's still hanging out. Gio.
What's up, Gio? I think somebody's muted or something.
Yeah, something's odd.
It was coming through earlier. Yeah, it looks like they're muted.
Gio, can you speak? Clint, you can hear us, right? Everybody's taking a dump all at once.
Marxism is the religion, the new materialistic religion of the masses.
Right. Well, when you get rid of the sort of symbolic understanding of the world around you, you necessarily become more of a materialist. And what you see is Christianity taking pot shots all day long at anything they view as psychic activity, right? Anything that's demonic, anything that can, open a person's mind to new experiences, that's demonized.
Oh yeah. Well, modern Christianity is used by the Illuminists to perpetuate situational ethics and communism and socialism.
Hell
Jesus
yeah.
would have been a Marxist, they say.
This is why I call Christianity proto-Marxism or proto-communism, is because it has so many similarities.
Yeah, you know, that's something that I'm definitely starting to realize, is this whole thing going on around communism and socialism, and how deeply it's rooted into, you know, the past however many centuries, and the way things have shifted. One thing,
bad category, you know, all of it goes down to that, is if you can control a person's ethics, you can control their theology.
yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. I think I want to look at Christianity, and I do see a lot of truth in it. I think that the Bible is basically the truth in a way, but it takes some heavy decoder glasses. Like you can't go into it with the attitude, like a lot of people say, you're supposed to believe everything word for word. I don't really like that approach. I don't like the idea of anything that's pagan or occult we're supposed to kind of shun, because
you got to get deep into the Old Testament, because what they describe when they're describing the temple implements, they're describing a magical chamber, right? So they believe that there was this cloud that came down from the sky and occupied this big box called the Ark of the Covenant. And for 800 years, they had these priests who could decode what this cloud in the box was telling them by these glowing gemstones.
Yeah, the ephod.
That's Christianity.
Yeah, the ephod is definitely an interesting, because all the crowns of Europe and all the kings of ancient times wore a quasi ephod or Hoshen, which was basically the 12 jewels of the zodiac with a golden template or whatever, and they were said to have had the Urim and Thummim or whatever, and basically like an old school Ouija board.
Yep, old school
Zodiac
Ouija board. That's
Ouija
what
board.
Christianity is based off of. Well, guess what? They didn't lose that old school Ouija board. I think these things are spells. You know, they have a connection to this shit, and it's leading them in a certain. I don't think one person could plan this out over the centuries, but you see that influence going on all the time.
Well, one theory that I kind of have is that, you know, you talked about ancestors and lines of people that have access to like this ancestral knowledge. It seems to me like Yahweh, and I don't mean any disrespect by saying this, it shouldn't affect anybody's beliefs really, but Yahweh, he was a specific God, and his people may be his like progeny, right? And even today they're still in power. So basically whatever God won the wars back then, back over the desert, he kind of rose to supremacy. And to this day, we're still kind of following the will of his progeny, if that kind of makes sense.
Have you ever heard episode 512 of the Confessionals?
No. Tell me all about it.
Oh my God. All right. So again, we can go back to these rituals with this cloud in a box, right? And then switch time frames into a ritual involving a guy in the desert with a death cult, right? So this guy is approached by a dude in a nightclub who takes him on this trip out to the desert, right? And then when he's there, he gets this VIP bracelet, and then they proceed to like drug him and kind of create this sort of hallucinogenic experience where this guy's running around in a world that doesn't make any sense, right? There are things off about all of it, but he ends up escaping them, and he's telling the story to this guy, but he includes an important detail because they ask him what his ethnicity is, what his religion is, and he says Catholic, and they all sneer at him. Well, this group of people were all from Eastern Europe, and they called themselves Jewish gypsies. And they're describing a ritual very similar to the type that they describe in the Old Testament. Very similar.
Jewish gypsies. That is interesting.
I don't think these rituals ever stopped. You know, they say that God has exited this world, but I don't think they ever stopped these kind of rituals. And they might be very powerful things, bringing all sorts of intelligences in from the other side.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the whole idea of secret societies. Like, I've heard a lot of people say that Masonry and Judaism are like hand in hand. They're just so close that it's hard to even know the difference.
They called the first Bible the Septuagint, right? The Septuagint symbol in Latin, which is where it was mostly spread around, is a big G. It was written in Koine Greek because Hebrew back then didn't have more than 3,000 words because they were all, scattered to the winds. So it was the Greeks that helped write the Bible. And there's a lot of very interesting elements about that because what's Freemasonry, if not a blending of Greek and Israeli societies?
Well, modern Freemasonry is definitely full-on Illuminism.
Involved in all these communist coups. It's the same symbolism. It's the same understanding of the world, and you find that in the Templars too. You find it in all sorts of other secret societies. It's these blending of influences.
Oh yeah, the rising sun in the east with in between two mountains, the symbol of communism.
You even have Egyptian symbolism in there, but they understand the symbolism. It's just the rest of us don't because they killed the symbolic universe. We don't understand that stuff anymore.
Yeah,
like
it also might make it. Oh, sorry. It also might make it harder for them to divide us like they do. Like, what would happen if we all found out we all all of our cultures are basically the same at their root? I mean, the implications of that are just insane.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
That's what ancient Masonry teaches, is that all the cultures are fragments of an ancient religion that all separated, and they're trying to reconfigure the fragments to recreate the ancient religion.
Bingo. It's right there in what they talk about. It's
Interesting
right there.
question from the chat. This is from Gio again. He says, what happened to the Jews after Rome fell?
That's an interesting question. So you had a lot of them go to places like Baghdad. Baghdad was a home for the Jews. And you had a lot of them go to places like Turkey, right? At Constantinople, there were a ton of them. They even threw them out. This guy, Justinian I, right here, Secret History of the Court of Justinian by a guy named Procopius. And this book started conspiracy culture in 1623 because this book leaked from the Vatican. So the Vatican Library accidentally let this thing out, which talks about demon possession in the court of Justinian, right? So Justinian's head was said to come off of his body and float around the castle. Weird shit. He was married to this whore from Syria named Theodora. Now, Theodora grew up in theater. Yeah, she grew up in the theater, which is to say that she would sleep with men at all times. And he describes some very lurid sex acts that Theodora is engaged in at the theater because it was basically a brothel. So the actresses up on stage, you could pay enough money to go fuck them afterwards, right?
Oh, dang.
That's what the theater was. This is why in Rome, if you were an actor, you were lower than dog shit. So you weren't allowed to vote if you were an actor. You weren't allowed to participate in society because it was a prostitution ring.
You know, that thing you just said about the head coming off, that sounds very much like John the Baptist and the rituals of the Templars that took place and what they were accused of chopping off somebody's head. I think this is a very real occult concept. I have no doubt that it works, and I'll never try it, of course. But like somebody that's freshly dead, you chop their head off and you do some kind of weird incantation or something, and somehow a spirit's able to kind of talk through that head and parlay some information to you.
Procopius talks about the spell that Theodora had him under. Right, so this sort of whore prostitute slash witch also tries to poison this guy so that she could take over his empire. Well, the generals from Rome were still there, And so they threatened to all leave at once, leaving Theodora open to attack from any one of these different surrounding nations, because Constantinople was in very unfriendly territory. So they were threatening to leave. And then all of a sudden, Justinian gets better again, and he can take over as emperor. But she was going to assume the throne. And so they said, all right, we're going to fucking leave. You can have it. And, you know, that would basically mean a suicide sentence for her. So she ended up relenting and bringing Justinian back from the dead because she was poisoning him. So we find that, you know, all of this kind of Abrahamic influence comes together in a place like Constantinople, which is the last hangout for these type of people. Because Rome had already fallen to the Ostrogoths. They had to flee. Like, they were the elites of Roman society that were all engaged in this kind of behavior.
This war, this took a long time though for the Goths to they tried many times.
Yeah, every time these Goths would back off and not take Rome because they didn't want to destroy the place. Like, the Romans didn't give a shit, but the Ostrogoths actually wanted to preserve the people and the culture of Rome because they loved it. So after the Ostrogoths took over for 30 years, they had the most prosperous years they had had in 1,000 years, right? This was an incredible victory for, you know, the Ostrogoths and the Roman people. They got rid of all these filthy, disgusting elites.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, please do. Go ahead.
Who are the? I'll make sure I pronounce this correctly. The Ostrogoth.
The Ostrogoths were.
Can you hear me? Who are the Ostrogoth?
Yes. The Ostrogoths were a group.
Ostrogoths. Yeah, I got bastardized a little bit.
That's all right. So the Ostrogoths were a very small tribe that had been displaced from their homes from the Huns. So these were one of the Germanic tribes that basically ruled all of Upper Europe. So they settled in the region because the Huns had cut them off from their normal area. So they came and they submitted themselves to Rome. They're like, we'll do whatever you want. So the Romans are like, all right, you've got to go fight in these wars. But they ended up starving a lot of these Ostrogoths. And so the Ostrogoths rose up against the Romans. So they had a bunch of friends they called the Vandals, and the Vandals sacked Rome after so many different times of trying to actually get these people to act correctly. They didn't want to. So the Ostrogoths, which were a small group, ended up overtaking these Roman legions because of the corruption, because of the moronic elites that were running the society, right? So Justinian, prime example, the dude, he failed on every level to manage for the people who lived there. He would stab everybody in the back. He was a terrible leader, just the worst. And so he eventually retook Rome by hiring all of the cousin groups, all the other Goths, of which the Khazarians were one of the cousin groups that they hired to go take.
Now, weren't they also driven out of their natural homeland by
they were
nomadic?
By the King of Russia.
Okay,
the King of Russia kicked
that's
them out.
right. Yeah, that's right.
That was in 970, though. So this was before that. They had to change their names in 970, right? Because they were so terrible, and they were very closely related to Constantinople. Sometimes they would act as antagonists, attacking Constantinople, and other times they would ally with them in combat against the Ostrogoths. So they had a very weird relationship.
Before we get too far off this, can you explain the difference between a Ostrogoth and a Visigoth?
Okay, well, Ostrogoths is on this side, Visigoths over on this side. Basically, Rome had this habit of calling one group of people the Barbars and one group of people the Tartars. So it refers to both East and West because Italy's kind of in the middle of all of Europe. So they would just make that distinction. Oh, you come from over here, you're from over there. So the Barbars were on the east of Rome and Tartars were on the west. So the Visigoths were in Spain and the Ostrogoths were in Austria. So they're Ostrogoths.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, once you understand that, then you could kind of understand Rome a little bit better. They were just a bunch of lazy assholes that love to fight, you know? So they get up off their ass and they go on these campaigns just because they want to get some loot, you know? It wasn't really motivated by any kind of spiritual quest, not until after the Christians took over, and then everything became a spiritual quest.
Dave, did you have any questions for our guest?
No, I'm enjoying I love listening about the Khazarians and stuff. Although earlier today you were talking about the tragedy of Göbekli Tepe and that they're not going to be they're going to be leaving it to future generations to excavate. I think that's terrible. I think they're trying to hide something, or they've already gone in there and they don't want to tell anybody, maybe. But the fact that they're going to be laying cement and creating bridges over the site, is fucking. Well, yeah. So they're going to start creating pathways and make it more friendly to visitors and tourists. So literally, the center of it, that's the 20 or the 5%. Middle of it that is excavated, there's still like hundreds of feet around it,
massive, and there
huge.
Are other sites too that are very, very important over by there.
Exactly. And so I think the plan that I heard, and apparently the WEF's involved now somehow. They own the excavation group. They own the excavation group. At least they own the excavation group. I mean, if Turkey really wanted to come in there and do something, they probably could, but there's probably some banking implications that will become involved now if you do go that route. But they're essentially supposed to, whatever's excavated right now, build pathways and lay concrete on top of the soil there, and so make it more difficult to excavate in the future, if you ask me.
Yep.
It's crazy.
And what's the reason? Why are they stopping?
I do have a question.
Why are we saving it for future generations? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Robert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? Okay,
yes.
yeah. I'm just kind of tripping right now. I got this new headset. I'm working.
I don't think it's working very well.
You kind of threw me off a bit because my understand when you talk about kind of like these Christians kind of taking over. Yeah. But what I mean to say, I also know took over Rome for its own purposes, and then there's this so-called vision that Constantine had, right? Some type of symbol, and if you use this symbol, it will give him victory in battle or something like that. I'm just kind of confused because the way I understood you, basically, you were saying that like these Christians kind of came in and took over Rome, but my understanding was that Rome kind of took over Christianity. They kind of went over the people or whatnot, and they kind of saw it as kind of like a very powerful, cohesive tool for.
Right. So in 550, they were already under 200 years, basically, of Christian rule. So when they were fighting against the Ostrogoths, they were fighting against other Christians. In fact, the Ostrogoths were the first ones to accept Christianity. So it was Christians fighting Christians in that war for Rome. When they say barbarians, they're not talking about their religion. They're all sharing the same religion.
Well, back then, would they have like
I don't think that was. I'm just saying. No, my understanding was that Rome kind of adopted Christianity. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like 200 years before that. So it was like 200 years of decline after Rome had accepted Christianity, and this is why they had completely stupid, wars like fighting against people that you're starving to death. Why would you do that?
Like this religion. There's other elements to it, though, isn't there? I mean, you have different versions of Christ, and
tons.
Yeah. So when these people at the time, when they were Christian, could they have been like more of a pagan type of Christian? Like maybe they were looking at Dionysus or other gods.
The Ostrogoths came from the Scythians, and the Scythians had kind of merged and having a lot of different iterations between the Scythian times in Greece, and then when they became the Goths later on, they sort of split up and moved and merged as tribes, but they were very closely related to one another, and they knew of each other. They were very knowledgeable people, right? So they had this history, they had this definition of themselves that was very unique to that part of the world. And so they believed in a god called Deus Pater, which is, very much kind of a monotheistic type religion. So they had a lot in common with that understanding, because they were the first ones to say, yeah, we like this Deus Pater guy and we like his son because we're also monotheists. So they're the first ones to adopt this more European style of Christianity. And what you notice too is that Paul, in his letters, he's sending letters to, let me see here, what's it called? Corinthians and all sorts of other towns in Turkey. And towns in Turkey are kind of interesting. You've got this Phrygia region, right?
Phrygians, yeah.
Right. But you also have Friesland up near the Netherlands. And the people in Friesland are called Phrygians. And there's a Phrygian region in Turkey. And you've also got the Franks, like you've got towns in France that actually have mirror image towns in Turkey. So you've got a lot of different cultures mixing there that end up migrating and moving all over the world. Right. So wow. A lot of Goths had connections down there, and they converted. This was their sort of homeland. They kind of existed around the Black Sea region. And what's interesting too is that in the Black Sea region, you've got this the peninsula that everybody's fighting over, the Crimean Peninsula. That's one of the last places that the Goths settled. That's their last known location, is right there in that Crimean Peninsula. So you've got this group of people that were targeted specifically by this religion that was created basically for them. And once they converted to it, you had things like the Arian heresy. So there was a missionary that first went up there and started converting them, named Arius. And Arius brought this version of Christianity where God the Father was separate from God the Son. And so this Arian heresy ended up causing the Roman Empire, because they said, no, they're not different. They're the same thing. Once they had that agreement in Rome, they had their reason to go fight and steal all of the Vandals' gold. The Vandals are, related to the Goths, and the Vandals were the victims of the Arian heresy. So they had all of their gold stolen and brought down to the Vatican afterwards, because you can't believe God the Son is different from God the Father. So they immediately weaponized their theology against their ancestral enemies.
Have you ever heard this one where they say Jupiter actually is Jew pater, as in father of the Jews?
Yeah, and that's also where you get the sound for Zeus. And also at the same time on Albania's number one god is Zhaj, like Zeus, like Deus. It's very similar because it's all Proto-Indo-European dialect. So this Proto-Indo-European dialect is an indicator that all these groups came from these Germanic Highlander people, because that's where that language, which didn't have a written component, was founded. So these guys are spreading their language everywhere. And as we know, cultural diffusion follows technological diffusion. So what technology were they bringing with them? These were the people who developed the fucking horse, right? This is the empire of the horse. They were able to conquer the entire planet with this fucking animal. They owned it.
The Scythians?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's really,
the empire
really
of the
crazy
horse.
about
That's where the cultural diffusion comes in. That's why they're connected to everybody.
Have you seen Bram Stoker's Dracula? And remember that that armor that Elon Musk was wearing, the Baphomet armor, and that looked like the armor from Bram Stoker's Dracula, and both of them look like Scythian armor,
right? Because the Scythians were in Romania. The Scythians were all over that region. These are the Goths that came later on, and so the archaeologists, if we can go back to this group of people that are covering up Göbekli Tepe, they're the ones covering up the fact that they were so interrelated. They say, well, they had different names, they had different styles of pottery, so they had to be completely different, but they all spoke the same language and they were all cousins and they knew each other. So there's no reason to believe that they weren't an empire. They were kind of different family groups that formed elitist societies, right? This is what Greece was. This is what Rome was. So you can sort of track their movement based off of where they ruled. That's where we get the term Aryan or aristocracy from. Is from Indo-European dialect. And that's all the way over into China as well.
Jonah, can we hear you?
Yeah, maybe.
There we go.
But,
You there?
I'm not far away, looking like,
Ah, shoot. He's still sounding like a robot.
Yep. So
Gio, are you there?
I am here, yes. What's going on?
Go ahead, Headless. Didn't mean to cut you off.
All right. So there is a book that is called the Auralinda Codex, which actually tracks this group of people all throughout history. And it, if it is accurate, which they think it is, because, okay, first it started in the 1880s as a hoax, right? So this guy comes forward with this book that basically lays out the history of humanity from the perspective of these Gothic people, right? And it is incredibly detailed. It goes all the way back to the time of Alexander the Great. And so they said, this book cannot exist. So therefore it is a hoax. But then they tested the paper and they found that the paper is an indicator that it was an accurate representation of stories that were kept way before this book was first found, which means that it's authentic, right? So this Auralinda book, they call it probable hoax now, but it started out as a definite hoax. So if you ask me, it means it's probably accurate. Well, they tracked this battle that's ongoing with this group they call the Magi. And this Magi group wanted to destroy and kill all of these Gothic peoples, right? And so they called this book Himmler's Bible because he presented it to this group who were trying to reform this European religion or European identity, right? And he brought it to them and he's like, guys, take this book. This is what we should base all of what we believe as European religion on. And so they took a look at it and they're like, no, this is a hoax. So then Himmler got rid of the book and it sort of just languished ever since that time. But if you look back at that book, you find a lot of instances that they knew about that there's no way they could have. And getting deeper into that book, there's a whole language associated with this book. It's called Old Frisian, right? Again, this group that was in Turkey.
This actually sounds like a secret war.
Yes, it does. And the more you learn about it, the crazier it gets because it's right there in this book, you know, and all people have to do is take a really honest look at history and you can start to see these patterns emerge because they're still kind of being suppressed to this day. If you look at Turkey and look at Göbekli Tepe and look at what they're trying to cover up, it's probably related to this group of people.
Yeah. And, you know, I had somebody the other day tell me that no history is hidden. It's all just available. It's all right there in front of us. And I didn't even really respond much to him because that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, we're literally just given the history that they want us to believe. Go ahead. Was that you, Gio?
I always have to question what happens if they found something that was so dark and sinister towards our way of life and our society and our world that if they were to release knowledge of it, everyone would pretty much go insane.
That God is the devil.
Something far worse.
I think we're already past that point. We really have to take a look at what's going on because we've got the pieces. We can put them together and we can figure out what's coming next.
I have no doubt. I mean, if you, like I said, I think in the chat earlier, if you go back 900,000 years, there's evidence within the genome that 98% of the genome was wiped out, and there was only roughly 15,000 survivors of our species that made it through whatever cataclysmic event happened. Now, you think about the Bible, and Christ talks about the narrow gate, perhaps, and there's a lot of stuff in there too about, you know, gardening and pruning and whatnot, and, you know, separating the wheat and the chaff. Perhaps there is something like that down the line again, and that narrow gate is that genetic bottleneck of those who make it through and follow the teachings and make it through in some sort of way.
I think so. In the Greek myth of Deucalion, they talk about how Deucalion, which was the Greek Noah, was told to throw rocks over his shoulder to bring back humanity. And these rocks were called the Leleges, and the Leleges were considered a later tribe than the originals. So the Leleges could represent all of the people that came after the flood, and Deucalion could represent sort of a class of people that survived the flood.
That reminds me of the superstition of throwing salt over the shoulder, or the Masonic oath about throwing the guts over the shoulder.
Wow, that could be, because they knew all that Greek stuff, all of it.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention earlier about, you were talking about the priesthood of prostitutes. I wanted to bring up the Kadesh and the Kadesha of ancient Babylon, because they sound parallel.
Yeah, there's a really interesting crossover between the Greeks and Babylon. So you've got the myth of Persephone and Hades, one of the foundational myths of Greek culture and Greek religion. Well, this myth of Hades kidnapping Persephone is translated into something weird in the Middle East. They've got this version called Nergal, and Nergal is this Babylonian god of war. And he was the most nasty, disgusting god. And he would come out of the ground every springtime to wage war and just slaughter people, right? So he was the same as Persephone in the Greek culture that came out of the ground and brought flowers and everything else. Now, this god Nergal came out of the ground in the springtime because that was the season for when these Assyrians and Babylonians would go on massive rape campaigns all over. And so having that god there doing the
Lord's work,
the rape, and this is the Semitic culture and how society. What's he laughing about?
It's a little bit of a delay, I think.
He's on the crown.
We all are.
Yeah, it's like the Babylonian, the Scarlet Whore of Babylon, I believe, is the same symbol, the same reason why the French, the Germans, the Chinese, and the Russians use the red flag, and the Rothschild is red shield. It's all the same ancient priesthood of fire, the brotherhood of Cain, the great artificer of fire, Thor. Somebody's phone is going up. By the way, that's a sweet shirt, ninjashoes.net.
Thank you very much. It's from a former time of the host here.
Long ago in the galaxy far, far away.
Right.
Wait, so
okay.
I was laughing because somebody said something about rape, and then somebody said doing the Lord's work. So that's why I laughed.
Let's take it out of context. I mean, he was killing. He went out to.
No, that's a good joke.
He went out to kill the rapists.
They thought they were doing service to the god,
Well, what's interesting about that is back then, like Zeus was kind of like this. He was almost like a pedophile, or he was a pedophile. Like he had this.
Kronos, actually. So Kronos had a little boy servant that was widely regarded to be, but again, Kronos was killed by Zeus.
Well, Kronos was Saturn, from my understanding.
Yeah,
Zeus was
and
Jupiter.
They syncretized Saturn with Yahweh. So Yahweh is that Saturnian energy, and if you look at what the Hebrews use on their forehead and on their forearm is that cube, that black cube. So you've got that Saturnian influence all throughout, and you look at the third son of Adam and Eve was a guy named Set, and so in Koine Greek, Set is translated to Seth. And so Seth is the third son of Adam and Eve, which is an indicator that he's related to the Egyptian devil, as well as being related to Saturn. So syncretism was the rule back then. It wasn't a suggestion. Everybody syncretized their gods. They all knew which one represented which, because that's how they translated a lot of this knowledge to one another. So
wasn't there something major when Christ was being born, something going on with Jupiter
and Saturn conjunction? We had that a couple of years ago. Did you guys see that?
I remember it. That was that 2020?
It was either 2020 or 2022. Yeah, but there was that big. They called it the Christmas star. It was where Saturn and Jupiter went over top of each other and made a giant V. It was a really interesting experience. So, but that sort of should indicate that there is this deeper understanding to the Bible, as well as these other religions that syncretize on that same astrotheological level.
And the fact that to this day, Saturnalia or Christmas is like probably the main holiday that we all spend the most money, get together the most. It's probably still the most major holiday that's celebrated by humanity.
Absolutely, because it was under Rome, and Rome had these beliefs.
Speaking real quick of Rome too, I don't know if you guys ever heard. I'll tell a quick story about Voltaire, the French philosopher. He apparently went to Rome once, and one of his friends there said, "Hey, you want to visit a brothel?" He goes, "This one's not women. This is young boys." So his friend takes him to the brothel. Apparently enjoys his night. I don't know how young these boys are. It doesn't really specify in the story if they're young boys or just younger than Voltaire at the time. But the next day, the friend goes, "Hey, how'd you like that?" He goes, "It was interesting," so in their terminology. And the guy asks, "You want to go back again tonight?" He goes, No. Once a philosopher, twice a sodomite." And so,
yep.
Jesus.
Kevin.
Let's get a time machine and go hang these people.
He never, apparently not. So, I mean, but to his credit, of a man who's supposed to be studying philosophy and being open-minded makes a decent point. I mean, it's a brothel. I don't know. Again,
it sounds like Bohemian Grove.
It's a joke on the Greeks. It's a joke on the Greeks.
It might even been Greece instead of Rome.
Right. So the Greeks had a system of pedagogy where each and every philosopher had like a young boy that they would bring up into the art of philosophy, right? That was how they educated them. So they would have, from,
sounds like indoctrination at its
it is.
The original indoctrination.
But if you're going to build stuff like the Parthenon without using any scratch paper, you've got to have a lot of education. And that's actually reflected in the Hippocratic Oath as well. So they would have this system of education where everybody who was a student would be attached to a master from a very early age going forward. Very different learning style from what we know of today, especially even in Rome too. But that pedagogical style is what got bastardized by a lot of later cultures because of the Greek word for it. So the Greek word for it was pederasty. And if you know the difference between the different kinds of love, eros type of love was a lustful type of love. So that translation there made it seem like it was a lustful relationship, and even led to this guy in the 1970s doing a pottery study on about 700 shards of pottery. And he said, no, this conclusion I have is that the Greeks were mostly gay. It's like,
that's why they call it Greek.
This pottery looks really gay.
Hell yeah, dude. One of us, bro.
It was.
Where'd all the women go?
Right. It was his book that really popularized the concept that they were all gay pedophiles since the 1970s. But if you look back, they had laws against it. And you even have dissertations where people are like, if anybody touches their student, they should be stoned. So there's a lot of resistance to that idea that it was coming from them. But they were a very sexualized culture. So a lot of people believe that there could have been. But there's just no evidence to support it.
Interesting.
I think that the cultures often have a downward spiral into debauchery, basically, after
no doubt.
Ebb and flow.
Yeah, the cultural. It's like a pattern in the culture where the generations.
Yeah, you got so much time on your hands, all you can do is jerk off.
Right. Well, there's this book.
That's where we're at, basically.
There's this book that's the precursor to the famous sexologist Kinsey, right? So you know of Kinsey.
Sure.
Well, there was a book that was a precursor to it that was actually much more celebrated and much more embraced called Sex and Culture by J.D. Ewan. And so in this book, what he's doing is an anthropological study trying to compare cultural production of these different civilizations to their sexual practices. And what he found was that the sexual practices that were far more modest and far more non-promiscuous would have a much higher output of high cultural goods and services. But the more permissive and the more sexualized the culture, the far less would be.
Yeah, less you have more kids, you have less time on your hands. You got less resources.
It's that, and the fact that they would, basically have sex with anybody, and it was not restricted in any way. And so that sort of loss of trust in relationships sort of creates a downward spiral of what he calls civilizational energy. So the civilizational energy drops when everybody's fucking all the time.
Yeah, there seems to be a movement nowadays to kind of go back to that. Like there's, calling pedophiles maps, minor attracted persons, saying that they're not evil, they're just mentally ill, or now that's even going away. They're not mentally ill. This is just their preference.
Why did I mention Kinsey?
Let me add in this real quick. Even Jesus Christ himself said to those who act as stumbling blocks to the little ones, and I think that covers this, tie a millstone around their neck and throw them in the damn river.
That would be Kinsey, right? So Alfred Kinsey suggested the exact opposite of everything that was put forward in J.D. Ewan's book. He was the antithesis of J.D. Ewan, and that's the version that they popularized. And since Alfred Kinsey's work has been popularized, society has been in decline in the exact same way that J.D. Ewan predicted. They used J.D. Ewan's book, they reversed it, and then they put it on society to see the kind of decline that happened.
Oh yeah, it's definitely like the Sodom and Gomorrah effect.
I can't help but see a connection between all this stuff, like the orgies and these like Luciferian people and the elite, and the fact that guys like Crowley were up to all kinds of strange sexual practices, and he seemed to like young boys as well.
Think about this. It's like the same simulation running in different...
You know what that kind of sounds like to me?
Mm-mm. No, Dr. Rob.
He must be on a little bit of a delay.
All right.
Oh, it sounds like concept of sublimation. Can you hear me? The Freudian concept of sublimation.
Cutting in and out. Concept of sublimation.
Sublimation.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Freud's concept of sublimation. The process of deflecting sexual instincts into hacks of higher social valuation. So, our inability to get laid, that energy, it kind of just irks the fuck out of us. So we're taking this sexual energy that can't be expressed normally sexually and then using it to be hyper creative.
Yeah, they call that...
And that kind of sounds like what you were...
Yeah, there's a word for that. They call that something nowadays. There's actually like a group of people that practice that. Basically, they abstain from all sex or masturbation. Oh, I remember what it's called. Transmutation. The transmutation.
In the magician craft, you're supposed to stay celibate and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And even if you, like they say when you're doing psychedelics, that if you, abstain from dropping your seed, you'll have a more beneficial experience.
I can vouch for this because I've actually been practicing that recently.
It's interesting.
And there's a tribe, I think, in South America that's all kind of about this. And they're like, they do some pretty freaky shit with each other, but they basically believe like semen is life force and they'll do anything to preserve it. And even
I think I've seen the Transmutation Orchestra play Metallica before. Am I wrong about that? Something like that, right?
Yeah, that's a very good album.
Good reference. So I think there's also Tibetan monks that practice this as well, and they actually have techniques for seed retention, where you're actually transferring the energy away from your organs, right? And so basically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to smile at your prostate when you're feeling any sort of urges, and then it actually dissipates the hormonal response.
I could say I've experienced something like that actually, where it goes from, being all condensed down into the, the happy area, and then all of a sudden it's throughout my body and it's not really in the same sort of energy, but I feel much more centered.
Huh.
It's like Helio Gracie. He would say that he does not have, or he only has sex to have children, and that's why he lives so long, because he didn't masturbate. And I believe he lived into the 90s, right, Dave?
Yeah, I think 92 even, maybe.
Yeah. Kind of wonder about that. There's a kind of a connection there to the martial arts world of Chi or Ki, AI.
Common practice in India and yoga and such too.
Do you know what Chi is?
Wow, Chi is seed. It's also Chi. They even call Chi that's a name for it in like maybe Vietnamese.
Chi.
I didn't think of that.
It's very so.
Chia pet.
Chia pet.
I'm just saying
I never thought of that.
Chia. I think
Chia.
I'm gonna look.
Well, doesn't Chi on Dragon Ball Z, doesn't her name mean vagina or something?
Probably, because everything in Dragon Ball is like to do with like vegetables, like Kakarot is carrot,
it's radish.
Yeah, the males are vegetables. The
Vegeta
females
vegetable.
Vegeta, yeah. Nappa.
Cooler and King Cold, something you keep vegetables in.
Yep. Dr. Satan. Do you guys remember that episode?
Oh, God.
No, that's a whole rabbit hole. The Dragon Ball thing. The 7 balls that are like all these chakras or something like that.
Exactly.
The dragon itself.
Dragon Seed.
The Aryans with the turning blonde and blue-eyed and then getting like
7 balls.
We just decoded Dragon Ball.
Weren't they trying to fight the Red Ribbon Army, or is that a?
Yes, that's true. I didn't think of that one. That's another one. And then like Frieza is sort of like this, like he's like Hitler, or he's kind of like a fascist.
Space Hitler.
He's a reptilian fascist.
And then you got the cyborgs from the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero, and then 17 and 18, and Cell and all that.
Oh, the 2 androids.
Yeah.
And the creator and the guy, little fat one that looks like a weird China doll. Those are all androids. Dr. Gero is part android, part human, though.
That episode, Vegeta rips the hands off it, and he I forget what he says, but it's epic.
Yes.
I love that stuff. Headless, just wanted to I'll bring everybody back in a moment, but just wanted to throw some more questions at you. Sure. Especially kind of related to who you are and your research and stuff like that. But how'd you pick the name Headless Giant? I find that to be a really interesting name.
Well, it was kind of related to the Bornless ritual. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. So Bornless ritual was adapted by Crowley in the 1950s, I believe, as part of his work with the Holy Guardian Angel ritual. So it came from the PGM, which is the scrolls that a bunch of Greeks wrote their spells on, right? And so they found these scroll fragments and they put them together in a book called the PGM. And so Crowley was reading a couple of things from there, and he found this Bornless ritual that talks about this headless God being the God above all gods. And so that passage is really kind of stuck with me, because it's what is a headless thing that is above all the gods? And when you start to try and picture it in your mind, you can see how the head isn't really missing. The head is everything, right? So it's not really a headless thing. You're kind of inside of its head, right? So the whole world becomes the head of this thing that is, imagining itself into being, right? And if you take that perspective and you kind of walk it backwards, you can kind of see how that's kind of a sensory homunculus for what we're doing. We're kind of sensing our way through the world and creating it as we go. And through our imagination, we can kind of unify and exist as a connected whole through knowledge and information, So we become sort of like this headless thing that is kind of walking around trying to get its bearings together. And if we view ourselves as that and start thinking in that term, like, how can I benefit the rest of the body? How can I benefit myself? Instead of thinking about yourselves as always being, disconnected, then I see how there could be greater opportunities for growth in that regards.
Interesting. I also wanted to ask about Carthage, because Carthage was, there was a long war between Rome and Carthage, and basically the Romans told their people that the main reason they were going in and they needed to kill all of them because they were sacrificing babies to their gods. What do you think of that? Do you think that could be true, or do you think that's a form of propaganda being used on the people of the Roman Empire, kind of like nowadays they told us there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
That's a really good question, but Carthage is an interesting place. So back in the Mycenaean era, you had these kings that waged war on Troy, and they also waged war on another group of people down in the sea below them, in the Aegean. They were called the Minoans. And this Minoan civilization kind of collapsed and went away after this Mycenaean civilization completely overtook them. And we find this a lot in the mythology of Greece too. It's totally Mycenaean influence. So you've got King Minos, right? And you've got the idea of Poseidon coming to this Minoan civilization and bringing this bull with him. Well, these Minoans basically all moved over to a land called Canaan. The land of Canaan was really, really close to this tiny tribe of these Jews right there, right? And they intermixed. And the Canaanites had a huge influence on the Israelites. And if you know anything about Baal worship and all the rest of this stuff, you know about the Canaanites, right? So these Canaanites, they got on their ships again, right? They were also called Phoenicians by the Greeks. They got on their ships again, and then they founded Carthage, right? So they had this Jewish influence and you had this Canaanite influence coming together to build Carthage. And Carthage was the slave center of the world. Their big industry was just buying and selling slaves. They had an army that was made entirely of slaves, right? So they had a massive slave empire, and they were the bankers of the rest of the area. And they actually got smashed because Rome, which was an emerging civilization, decided that they were going to start expanding, and they couldn't defeat the Greeks, so they decided to go for the Carthaginians, right? And so their first conquests were against the Romans, who always failed at sea. So the Romans had to build a special type of docking device that they attached to the front of their ships so they could smash into these Carthaginians and take over their boats. Now, if you can imagine warfare that intense where you're smashing into another boat to win, you can imagine what these crazy ass fucking Romans were like, right? They just loved to fucking kill and destroy. So they would smash their boats into other boats, which is the most dangerous thing you could do, especially when you can catch fire and all the rest of this hazards at sea, so that they could get on board and just kill all of them. So that technological innovation is what gave them the edge over the Carthaginians and start to win down in that area, which was huge for them because they were sucking ass on land. You know, these Carthaginians were kicking them all over the Sicily island. That's where they started their conflict at. But once Rome got on their feet, they just went down and smashed Carthage, right? They did it the first time, and they didn't really finish the job. They just sort of took it over. Well, these Carthaginians, they got stronger and stronger and started opposing Carthage or opposing Rome to an immense degree that every time this general would get up in front of people, he would like, ladies and gentlemen, I come to tell you again that we need to destroy Carthage, right? That was Cato the Elder. And so that was what he was known for forever. Like he's the Lindsey Graham of Rome, right? So he's like, we got to get out there and fucking kill these assholes because they're going to rise up and they're going to kill it. They're going to take us out. So eventually they got so sick of it, they went down there and they found, you know, some indicators that they were sacrificing babies, which is not uncommon in Rome either. When times would get fucking shitty, they would start to sacrifice children, right? Again, it's this sick group of elites that were doing this. So they would be sacrificing children and having these orgies and shit to increase productivity. And Rome used that as an excuse to come down there and smash the fuck out of them. So they did, and they wiped Carthage completely off of the map. They took every stone off of every other stone until the whole place was fucking destroyed. So there is no Carthage to this day because they fucking wiped it out.
Okay, so Carthage is destroyed, and then fast forward.
They all fled back to Canaan. They all came back to Canaan. So all these people who were once bankers, now they all became Jews.
And now we have the Catholic Empire starting, the Vatican.
No, this is before that.
But I mean, I'm fast forwarding because I believe that at some point the Vatican or the powers that be at the time, they began to marry back into the people that were from that region of Carthage. I mean, I'm asking you, do I have this correct? Is that
No, you're right. The Phoenician traders. So you also know them as the sellers of purple. You've heard that from the Bible?
Yes.
The sellers of purple. They were hugely influential in this trading of this substance that all the royals would wear, right? So the purple was the royal color because you could only get it from one place. These snails that lived in the reefs of the region. So these sellers of purple would dive down and get these snails out and have them produce this purple coloring for them. And they had to get thousands and thousands of these fucking snails to just dye one piece of clothing. So it was very expensive. But once it became popular with the elites to buy these purple garments, they got very rich, very wealthy.
And even today, when you see like these royal people, these people connected to Bilderberg and stuff like that, they always seem to be wearing this purple, maybe alluding to their original, Phoenician, Canaanite.
And the really ironic thing about the Phoenician Canaanite connection is that these purple snails were actually carnivorous. So they would eat each other anytime they ran across each other. And so these carnivorous snails is what gives them their purple color. If that's not a symbolic universe.
Cannibals.
Yes.
Cannibals. Cannibal.
So they had cannibalism. That's what they were doing in Carthage. They were eating bodies, right? They were doing all that shit. They have massive graveyards of nothing but burnt children in the land of Canaan, where they would do these huge child sacrifices. And the goddess that they worshipped was called Tanit or Tanit. And Tanit is still alive in the Vatican today. You can find Tanit statues in the Vatican.
Oh yeah, Tanit is Astarte.
But specifically, it's that region that gave birth to Tanit. So Tanit is married to Baal Hamon. Baal Hamon. What do we say at the end of our prayers? We say Amon.
Amon.
Yeah,
Hamon, that's from the Canaanite version of that. So this Baal that you know from the Bible and Amon, and you're praying to Amon.
Yeah, in Egyptian it's
Baal
Amon
Hamon.
means hidden one.
Right. Well,
So,
that's the influence.
Now backtracking to the time of Exodus, is this because Moses was not able to kill all these people off? Did too many of them survive?
There's zero evidence for Exodus in the archaeological record.
Well, in Hebrew, Exodus is just the main part of the story is simply the 72-letter word of the Tetragrammaton, which is the Shem Ham Pharesh.
Yeah, because that's where they created the Septuagint, is in Egypt. They created it in Egypt. That's the Greek Empire that came after Alexander the Great settled into Egypt. This is what Greco-Egypt was. So that's where you get that influence all over the Bible.
Didn't he say his father was Baal Amon or one of those guys? His father was Zeus or his father was Marduk?
Right.
A synchronization.
Well, in the Canaanite region, the god of storms was called Yahweh. And so this god of storms called Yahweh was really closely related to people who were foreign. So this was Baal Hamon. sort of original is this Yahweh character. And so it splits off into this Canaanite grouping and then this Israeli grouping at around that time period. Because they always talked about going to war with the worshippers of Baal, but they have this similar root. So they were coming from the same sort of influence.
Now, do you think this might be the same hidden war that we talked about earlier?
Possibly, but again, like the Canaanites, they didn't really go very far. It was kind of a backwater area. They weren't really doing much in the way of conquest or anything like that during this time period. There were trade influences, to be certain, but they're not necessarily going on major campaigns spreading their culture around the rest of the world.
Gotcha. Unless we haven't heard about it. Maybe.
Well, then you have Carthage, which is where they start to spread. And where they spread the most is into Spain. So all of Carthage held all of Spain. And so the Carthaginians, or these Canaanites, were very interested in reconquering Spain. They saw that as their homeland after Carthage fell, and they had to go back to Canaan. So in the 700s, what you find is that this group of Jews inside of these Spanish castles would actually open the gates to the Moorish invaders so that they could invade the city. And then once the Moors would invade the city, they would leave the Jews in charge so they could go raid another city. Wow. So what I believe is that those Jews that wanted to retake all of this Spanish land that they once held decided they were going to use African invaders to do it.
Unless they were on the same side in some way.
They were on the same side. They left them in charge after they opened the gates. Yeah. So that was clearly, them working to completely reconquest all of Spain. And after they took over, it was 700 years before the people who lived there originally, these Visigoths, were able to take back over. And by that time, they were so indebted to the church, it became this massive kind of, Catholic country. And that's where you had this, they kicked all the Jews out in 1492, starting the Spanish Golden Age.
You kids out there wearing your vampire makeup, this is where it all comes from. You Goths, you're learning the real meaning of the word.
No, but the Visigoths were very important in Spain. You don't really think about it, but there's a lot of Visigoth influence throughout that civilization.
Yeah, the architecture alone.
Yeah, architecture for sure.
I was gonna say the Baal Haman in Egyptian is basically Hathor. Where Isis wears the mask of the bull. In the symbolism, which the Greeks they had their story was somewhat off with the Minotaur was the same symbol.
Yep, Minotaur was from the Isles in the region with the. Oh, I can't believe I lost it. Never mind. But where the Mycenaeans invaded, right? So the Mycenaeans invaded into Minos. Minotaur, yeah. So it was the Minoan civilization.
Yeah, Minoan Crete.
Yep.
One of the what's interesting is what was that land of? Damn, I can't think of the land, but one of those names meant the land of mushrooms, which I thought was interesting.
I think that these these people, like one thing I wonder is, was there more to their civilization? Like you have this concept of Gothic architecture. Well, could it have existed somewhere else and it was all kind of destroyed and covered up? But there could be like other cities out there, maybe where the Goths congregated, that have these spiraling structures and things of that nature.
Like Tartaria?
Yes, like Tartaria, exactly. You think this is it? This is Tartaria right here?
I mean, it could be. The whole point is that we don't know where our memory comes from and where it goes. So the people who are listing all of these events could be making a symbolic gesture to something else, you know? So you've got a lot of differences in the styles of architecture all around the world. But anytime you need to, you can sort of draw upon self-contradictory stories that end up, creating a new timeline, basically. You know, I mean, if you look at the Bible, there's so many different self-contradictions. They use it for one thing one time, and then they use it for another thing another time. So now, you know, if you look at Romans 13, where they're talking about give to Caesar what is Caesar, that kind of goes against what Jesus was doing with the money changers, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's a key, I think that's a key topic right there, because there were wars happening between the Jews and Rome, and it seems like maybe this is actually something I heard from Ralph Ellis, that they were because these wars were happening, they kind of re-edited what Christ was actually saying. He was probably saying, no, don't ever give those Romans any of your fucking money. But, you know, years and years later, they edited it and said, no, give them your money, because they were fighting huge wars over taxes. And
you know what you're describing?
What?
You're describing the story of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So these came from different authors with different perspectives on the same event happening, right? And so they've got all these different perspectives that would appeal to these different groups based off of their value systems, right? So you've got the Gnostic influence, the Gnostic Jesus. Well, Gnosticism was, you know, contemporary with that region. And then you also had sort of this more Semitic Jesus that they talk about in other chapters. So these different versions of Christianity were all brought together to make one religion, when really it represented several different groups of people with different perspectives.
Definitely. Including, what was his name? Attis, I believe. The Phrygian version, Attis.
Absolutely, yeah. The Attis tree is what we think of when it comes to Saturnalia or this event, because chopping down the tree is actually representative of Attis worship, which had to do with him chopping off his penis.
Oh,
and so having him chop off his penis.
Lovely.
What's the
You know
symbol?
about Attis, right?
In this, from my understanding,
Attis is all about castration, and part of the Attis ritual means that these slaves would castrate themselves in the streets of Rome and throw their balls into people's houses.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
because,
no tree this year. No tree.
Canaanites would have loved that. They'd just eat that for dinner.
That makes the
that's what
Jews
the
look
slaves
mild
were.
in comparison.
Right, so it was illegal to castrate yourself in Roman society, but if you were a slave, it didn't apply to you because you weren't a Roman citizen. So they would do this thing and then become a high priest at this Attis temple.
Okay, that begs another question. You know, another, excuse me, penis-related question, but not castration, but circumcision. Like, obviously, a huge part of the Semitic world. What do you think of that, Headless? Is that some kind of like
Do you know who else circumcised themselves? The Canaanites. The Canaanites, their cousins were also circumcisers, and they circumcised themselves down in Carthage. That was a big part of their civilization too. Also, the Egyptians, they had a form of circumcision.
in Egypt, the anyone who was circumcised was owned by the pharaoh.
Yeah,
We're all
so
owned
like
by the pharaoh.
I'm Armenian, and we have a pretty deep Christian background, but like Armenians generally don't get circumcised. I'm not.
It's a brutal
Christ
history.
fulfilled the law of Moses, so a lot of that stuff was, you know, the old law said an eye for an eye. He said, you know, eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. So that puts a lot of that into question as far as the Old Testament. That's more just like a history of this is what happened before, and kind of goes with the culture of the time. But you know, we've evolved since then.
I think the Old Testament is mostly a lot of Egyptian. The 10 Commandments were the 42 lesser confessions of Ma'at, which was boiled down, and you know, I'm sure you've heard a lot of the rhetoric before.
Absolutely. And not just that, but you got to think about this box that they're worshiping that has this cloud inside of it.
The
Right?
Kaaba.
That sounds like very Egyptian magic, you know?
Yeah.
Like they have all that shit in the tombs and everything else. Oh, this mist came out of the tomb and then it killed people. Well, all that shit comes through in the Bible as well. And think about Raiders of the Lost Ark, how similar that is to the ideas of Egyptology and shit like that. That was a very Egyptian influence.
Yeah. Do you remember the show Lost? It was on years ago.
It's on Netflix now.
Felt like they're kind of
Black
alluding
smoke.
to that. Yeah, because the creature that was chasing after them ended up being like this black smoke monster. And they even showed, like, in this cave they found some hieroglyphics that looked Egyptian. I thought they were going to go into this whole thing. They must have got short on time. But it seemed for a little while they were going to kind of go into some deep esoteric stuff. And then they kind of, they probably ran out of money or something like that. But
Yeah. Well, think about Crowley. Crowley's over there having visions having to do with the stele. So I think there is probably a lot of magic still in the region. It's like, how do you come across this type of information? I think there is a lot of transmission going on from the other side, and that transmission you can track, at least in recent history.
Not to mention all the psychedelic use of ancient Egypt and what Moses probably, borrowed from that.
Well, here's another good example, Star Trek. To go into Star Trek, in this book right here, we have Hesiod's theogony. Do you guys know about Hesiod's theogony? This was reported to Hesiod from this 9 group of muses, right? And so Gene Roddenberry was inspired to create Star Trek because of his interactions with these channelers that had the Council of 9. And so this Council of 9 would make these oracles or these predictions, and he used some of that material in creating Star Trek.
Supreme Court.
That's some trippy stuff. I kind of read a little bit about the 9, and like in one of the versions, basically whenever there's like a flood or a reset, these guys go up into the Himalayas, and then as civilization is rebuilding, they release a different book that's designated to an individual member of the 9, like every hundreds or every 1,000 years or something like that, and they slowly get civilization back on track. And that rings true for me because there's a lot of this weird anomalous sort of stuff that I noticed about my life. Like, for example, the fact that I seem to be growing up in the dawn of these video games that started off as these blocky little characters. I've told Dr. Robert about this a few times, but they start off as these blocky little pixels, and then we get these polygons and it's 3D. And now we're almost to the point where it looks like real life. And this has all kind of played out in my lifetime. And I find that hard to believe that I would be lucky enough to be born in the exact period where this immersive virtual technology is being created and released. It's emulating the world around me, increasingly so.
Oh yeah, the Age of Light.
What I'd like to remind you, though, is that there was a lot of knowledge being lost in that time period around the 1st century AD, and that knowledge that was lost could have connected people in a way that we don't fully understand. They had a lot of mysterious traditions and a lot of magic shit going on. I remember reading this book called The Golden Ass by Apuleius, where he's in 1st century AD Rome down in Africa, and he's writing this story in these vignette styles having to do with events going on in Greece and the whole Syrian region, right? So he's talking from the perspective of a 1st century guy where the Syrian and Greek and all these other influences are still alive. It's not all just, Judaism and Islam. And so they had a vast tradition of all sorts of magical shit happening all the time. This is why they always talk about miracles and shit. It's because they had knowledge that was sort of hidden underneath the surface that they would have access to. All these traditions had their own magical styles. So they had this vast array of knowledge leading them to other places. And what we see today of that region is not really what was representative of going on back then. They had
there was also in the story of, I think it's the story of Gilgamesh, there was a character called Enkidu, not to be confused with the god Enki, but Enkidu is kind of described as like a robot, or I might be mixing him up with another guy. One was a beast man and one was a robot, but
he was a beast man, but there was a story of resurrection from that, and also another flood myth as well. So we do know that the story of Gilgamesh was inspirational to a lot of the Old Testament, as well as Moses was a copy of this Mesopotamian character called Sargon of Akkad. And Sargon of Akkad was found in the bushes by a royal family and brought up in the royal home. And then Sargon created this law system for everybody to follow. And that's almost one-to-one the story of Moses.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like the Stele of Hammurabi, the idea of the stele.
That's
and the
the
9.
one.
I believe the connection is that the 9 is a symbol of the obelisk because it has 9 sides. But the steles, we're seeing the movement reemerge today where the last 3 months, 3 new steles have appeared that were made out of metal, and it's the symbol of the secret god's phallus, or the lost word, and that the lost word is coming to light, and that the the Illuminists are gaining control. They're claiming their victory, basically.
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we're gonna kind of have to wrap up pretty soon. Clint or Dr. Robert, did you have any last questions for Headless before we start kind of wrapping things up?
No, I don't, but I'd like to thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate you. It was very nice, very interesting. You touched on some topics I weren't aware of. I really appreciate that. And you have a good day, sir.
Thanks for having me.
You too. I'm pretty stoned, so I'll just
Third World, you gotta send me a link. You gotta send me a link to those stela.
Yeah, I'll add you on Twitter, and then you can come on my YouTube too if you want, and we'll discuss.
Sure, that'd be awesome.
The conspiracy.
All right, thanks, guys. I just kind of had. I have a lot more questions actually, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw this one out here. I don't want to keep you too long, but your name is Headless Giant. I wanted to just kind of ask what you think of the idea of there being giants in the ancient world, and the idea that maybe even Roman times there were still giants walking around.
Well, they call it Cyclopean architecture in all these big, huge, blocky building places all over the world. Right. And they get that term Cyclopean architecture from the Greeks. The Romans were asking them who built these massive monuments. And the Greeks said it was the Cyclopses, or it was these giants, the Cyclopeans. And so from that point onward, all of these huge blocky buildings should be associated to a different race of people. But since we don't believe the Greeks and we're like, no, it must have been somebody else, we're not actually paying attention to the fact that they're talking about giants.
Yeah, definitely. I know there was a Roman Empire, a Roman emperor that was kind of a giant too. I believe his name was Maximus Thraxus. I'd have to look that up again, but he was like 8 foot something, and just had these like this look about him, like he may have had some kind of pituitary imbalance or something like that. But I just find that really interesting that it wasn't seen as like such a freakish thing back then. There's some pretty big people roaming around, and you even have them nowadays too. You got some large pro wrestlers, basketball players, and people that very well might be holding on to some kind of Nephilim genes or something like that.
Right. Well, the Greeks also had the story of the people who were part horse, right? The centaurs.
Yes.
The centaurs were thought to be associated with the very first people who domesticated the horse, because it looked like all one thing or something over the horizon. And so they had this myth of these part human, part horse beings as kind of a allusion to that first taming of the horse sort of civilization, like way back in the distant ancestral memories. So if that was the case, then the way that these horse warriors were acting in their myths should be kind of related as well to this sort of empire of the horse that came before all the rest of these civilizations.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole unto itself. I mean, just the origins of the horse and how it fits into this all. I did want to ask about your podcast. What made you want to start a podcast?
Oh, I got so much stuff to talk about and nobody to talk about it with.
Hey, fair enough. That's how all the great ones start. Is there any specific guest that's been like your favorite that you want to point people to go check out or anything like that?
Let me see here. I believe I'd have to go back over it, but there's a couple of good ones. If you look up on Spotify, I've got a podcast there. Look up Sip and Spit, and it'll talk more about ancestral memories and how to sort of go back and understand it a little bit differently.
Cool. All right. And then I wanted to ask if there's any like favorite books or authors that you wanted to throw out there that you'd like to recommend to my audience.
Oh man, if you go back and read the Theogony, right? The Theogony by Hesiod, you'll get a much different perspective on sort of what they thought about the gods and how they thought about the world and it might open your eyes to a different way of seeing life around you. Because see, all throughout the Middle Ages, the monks had a bad habit of reading Greek mythology and then coming away believing it. So you have a huge Greek influence that kind of brought us out of the Dark Ages, coming up from Greece, and it's a mind expanding process, because that's what the myths are supposed to do. It's supposed to open your mind to new possibilities.
I definitely like that. So what about the future? Where do you see this all heading? Is this elite class gonna screw us all over and kill us all, or do we have hope?
Well, I think when it comes to like finances, they've hit kind of a brick wall. So they're going to have to just keep inflating the money. So at some point, we're going to have to get smart and start buying assets instead of buying, other things that are not related to that, because assets are what's going to keep going up in value as the money supply keeps going down, or as the money content, inflates away the value. So
yeah, I wish more people would pay attention to what's going on with the economy. I think we get distracted with a lot of other things, but we lose sight of what's going on with these interest rates and this inflation. It's horrifying when you start to understand it.
Yeah. But if you understand that there's no way out for them, that they have to keep buying their own debt, then the only way out of the inflation would be to have tradable assets that can actually, net some kind of profit. Because who knows, they might go after gold again. You remember during the Great Depression, they made gold illegal to own, and they seized it all. There's all sorts of other things that they could do, but keeping that in mind, they're going to keep the banks. They're not going to change anything about it. They can't do anything. It's like they're in checkmate right now, and they put themselves in that position.
Does crypto offer us any hope?
It might, but at this point, anything that keeps you out of the hyperinflation, because it's just going to keep being printed, is probably a good bet.
All right, and that brings us to the close of our interview. But Headless, I'd just like to give you one more opportunity. If you have anything left to say to my audience out there, feel free to hop up on the soapbox, step behind the podium, say whatever you'd like to say, and then please follow that up with anything that you'd like to plug or promote: appearances, social media, emails, ways to contact you, anything you have coming up, anything you'd like to throw out there. Please do that now.
Oh man, it's been such a good interview. Thanks for having me on. Just check out my podcasts on X and on YouTube. And I guess I'll see you guys next time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had a great time. Even now, I still have a lot of questions left over. So we definitely have to do part 3.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Appreciate that. I will be in contact, Headless One, and we will do it again in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Awesome. Boy, what a pleasure talking to him. He's got a lot of knowledge stuffed up there. Boy, it just goes on and on and on. I absolutely love that conversation. Let's go ahead and talk to Dr. Robert. Hopefully his connection's working good. Dr. Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Everything good?
Oh, I can hear you. You sound great.
Let's go. Let's go.
Are you ready to delve into the rabbit hole?
I'm ready to go. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, and...
I want to apologize in advance if we have any interruptions. My daughter and her friends over, so there's just a lot of traffic on my internet right now. But let's begin with prayer like always. Oh, mighty Shango, guardian of truth and clarity, we call upon your wisdom in this hour of need. Guide us through the labyrinth of deception. Illuminate the path shrouded in darkness. Help us see through the plots of those who manipulate, unmask their intentions, and reveal their hidden agendas. Grant us the discernment to distinguish truth from falsehood and the courage to confront those who seek to mislead. We pray for our leaders, those entrusted with power. May they embody consistency in word, thought, and action. Help them align their behavior with their stated beliefs and uphold the values they profess to hold dear. Orisha Shango, mighty warrior of lightning and thunder, grant us the strength to face our self-deceptions. Help us recognize the colonial chains still binding our minds. Free us from the illusions that compromise our integrity. Guide us in purging the forced cultural contamination violently imposed on our psyches, bodies, and spirits. May we reclaim our inner self-worth and profound self-love. Cultivate natural attractions untainted by anti-Black hatred. O Shango, with your fiery axe, cut through the fog of delusion and empower us to discern the trappings of the colonizer's class. May we resist the allure of relationships reinforcing our oppression and stand firm in pursuing decolonization and true freedom. We ask for your protection as we navigate this journey. Guard us against the subtle whispers of manipulation, strengthen our resolve to uphold the truth and justice, and lead us toward a future of authenticity and liberation. Ase. Welcome, dear listeners, to another gripping episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a riveting segment of the enigmatic In the Days radio show. In the shadows of history, whispers echo with secrets in the known world merely scratches the surface of an ocean teeming with mysteries. As usual, we dive head first into the murky waters of covert operations and hidden alliances, unearthing the chilling possibility of a secretive right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Prepare to challenge everything you think you know and question the very fabric of reality as we journey deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. In our last episode, we ventured into the surreal realm of the unexplainable, examining phenomena such as the intimidating man in black and bizarre plane crashes that defy logic. We navigated through tales of government cover-ups and eerie coincidences that challenged our understanding of reality. Today, we delve into the shadowy corridors of post-war history and the birth of the United States intelligence apparatus. We explore the creation of the CIA amidst the intrigue of Roswell crash, the mysterious Project Bluebird, and the bizarre confessions of Cardinal Mind Zenti. This episode examines the labyrinthine connections between covert operations, psychological warfare, and the symbolic quest hidden in plain sight. We will investigate how the intense historical events of the late 1940s and early 1950s shaped the world we live in today, and reveal the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of our reality. So let your curiosity guide you, dear listeners, as we venture further down the rabbit hole where reality blurs and the extraordinary waits. So ready to see the world through different lenses, where the impossible becomes possible and hidden truths come to light. We sincerely hope that the audience of In Today's Radio will enjoy and appreciate this episode, aptly titled The Shadows Behind the Curtain. Dun, dun, dun! The world changed forever as the summer sun set on the New Mexico desert in July 1947. The same month as the Roswell crash, the United States began constructing its intelligence apparatus with the National Security Act. This pivotal moment birthed the National Security Council, and James Forrestal was named the first Secretary of Defense, transforming the War Department into the Department of Defense. The act didn't just restructure, it revolutionized, setting the stage for creating a national intelligence agency. On September 18th, 1947, the Central Intelligence Agency was born. The pace of history quickened, each event more intense than the last. By December 1947, the National Security Council convened its first meeting. Just days later, on December 22nd, Vice Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, the CIA's inaugural director, authorized the Special Projects Group to initiate covert operations. The Cold War's icy grip tightened, leaving no room for retreat. Captain, a chilling prelude, a harbinger of the secretive and often deadly dance to come. As 1947 drew to a close, Project Sign took flight. Israel declared its independence, and Jack Parsons lost his security clearance. The U.S. Navy launched Project Penguin to explore psychic phenomenon for military use. By 1949, global tensions escalated. The Soviet Union detonated its first atom bomb. Boom! Mao Zedong's revolution birthed the People's Republic of China. The world is polarized, yin and yang clashing in a cosmic struggle. Democracy versus totalitarianism wasn't just political, it permeated every facet of life: education, religion, commerce, governments, and marriage. The stark dichotomy of godless communism became a psychological weapon, simplifying a complex conflict into a black and white struggle. Amid this chaos, February 3rd, Roman Catholic Cardinal Joseph Mindszenty of Hungary, a stalwart anti-communist, was coerced into a public confession. Elevated to cardinal by Pope Pius XII in 1946, Mindszenty had resisted a communist group in Hungary. Arrested in 1948, he endured physical and psychological torture. Yet, under some mysterious coercion, perhaps drugs, perhaps a new psychological weapon, he confessed robotically to crimes he did not commit. The global intelligence community was fucking astounded. What had the Russians discovered that was more potent than torture? Curious. The Korean War erupted in 1950, further dividing former allies into bitter enemies. Just before the war officially began, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, still hunted by the specter of the Soviet mine weapons, initiated Project Bluebird on April 20th, 1950, ironically, Hitler's birthday. Spooky. Fucking spooky. This project aimed to counter Russian psychological weapons, whatever they might be. Journalist Tad Zuhl, in a 1977 article for Psychology Today, and John Marks in his seminal work, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, noted that the project names like Bluebird and Artichoke were whims of their creators, not random choices. Why Bluebird? Could its reference Maurice Maeterlinck's play, The Bluebird, 1909, a symbolic quest for happiness that eerily paralleled the CIA's search for psychological control. In 1947, the U.S. Navy's Project Chatter sought truth serums to make prisoners talk, a name fitting its purpose. Bluebird, however, seemed to symbolize a more profound, almost mystical quest. Maeterlinck's work, steeped in symbolism and occult traditions, suggests a hidden agenda within the CIA's mind control projects. This connection hints at a profound and unsettling implication. Searching for a truth serum, or psychological defense, was more than scientific. It was a spiritual and existential quest. Maeterlinck's play, first performed in Russia in 1908 and later in English in London and New York, follows two children on a quest for the bluebird of happiness. The Grail-like journey mirrors the CIA's pursuit of the Manchurian Candidate, beginning with Project Bluebird. Bullshit you not. Was Sheffield Edwards, the project's architect, aware of these deeper connections? Did he understand that Bluebird was not just a project, but a symbolic initiation into the dark arts of mind control? Let that shit sink in. Let that shit sink in. As we peel back the layers of history, we find that many ostensibly pragmatic actions are deeply symbolic. The implication of Project Bluebird go beyond the search for a truth serum. They touch upon the mystical and the mythical, drawing from a well of esoteric knowledge. Let us pause here, dear listeners, and ponder the enigmatic depths we have glimpsed. As our journey through the rabbit hole nears, the cast of In Today's Radio would like the dear listeners to ponder the following questions. Have you ever considered how historical events like the creation of the CIA might be interconnected with seemingly unrelated incidents, such as the Roswell crash? How does this perspective change your understanding of history? 2. What emotions do you feel when you think about the rapid and intense pace of historical events in the late 1940s? How do these emotions influence your perceptions of that period? 3. Imagine yourselves in the shoes of Captain Tail, chasing the unidentified object across the skies. What thoughts and feelings might have been racing through his mind as he reached 30,000 feet? 4. How does the intertwining of science, mysticism, and espionage in projects like Bluebird and Penguin challenge your views on the nature of reality and the limits of human knowledge? 5. Reflect on Cardinal Mindszenty's coerced confession. What do you think it reveals about the power dynamics between oppressors and the oppressed? What do you think it reveals about the oppressed? How might this incident change your understanding of psychological warfare? 6. What parallels can you draw between the mythical quest of the Bluebird of happiness and the CIA's search for the psychological control through Project Bluebird? How do these parallels deepen your understanding of human desires and fears? 7. Consider the impact of Admiral Roscoe Hellencoiter's belief in the reality of UFOs on his decision-making as director of the CIA. How might personal beliefs and experiences shape the actions of those in positions of power? 8. What significance do you find in the fact that Project Bluebird was initiated on Hitler's fucking birthday? That's a doozy. How does this coincidence or perhaps deliberate choice influence your perception of the project's intent and symbolism? That too is a fucking doozy. 9. Reflect on the concept of the bluebird of happiness and its origin in Maeterlinck's play. How does the understanding the cultural and symbolic context of this term affect your interpretation of Project Bluebird and its goals? And lastly, 10. As you ponder the enigmatic connections between historical events, scientific pursuits, and mystical traditions, what new insights or questions emerge for you? How might these insights change your approach to understanding complex historical narratives? In our next episode, we will delve further into these dark waters, exploring the demonic aspects hinted at in Maeterlinck's works. Until then, stay curious, stay vigilant, and remember, the truth is often fucking stranger than fiction. So see you next time. Same rabbit hole time, same rabbit hole channel. White Rabbit Kill Squad. Hootie hoo. Hootie hoo.
Thank you to Dr. Robert for another great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole, getting into some Project Bluebird. Really interesting stuff. I remember that movie, and I remember it was kind of it was like they were trying to do the Wizard of Oz, but with Shirley Temple, and obviously not quite as good as the Wizard of Oz, but some interesting connections there, definitely. That leads us into our news section. We've got a lot to talk about. Where to start? I think this is a good one. So, this happened a lot earlier in the week, and I was very perplexed by this. I feel like there's a lot of states in the South that just want to cling to some very old ways, and why they do, I'm not sure. It's a very stubborn. But anyways, this comes from reason.com. Oklahoma to require public schools to teach the Bible. Every teacher, every classroom in the state will have a Bible in the classroom and will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom. State Superintendent Ryan Walters announced last week. In the article states, last week, Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters announced that the state could soon require public schools to teach the Bible and the Ten Commandments, including requiring religious texts to be included in all classrooms. Every teacher, every classroom in the state will have a Bible in the classroom and will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom, Walters said last Thursday, to ensure that this historical understanding is there for every student in the state of Oklahoma. This statement came just days after the Oklahoma Supreme Court ruled that the state could not approve a religious charter school. Effective immediately, all Oklahoma schools are required to incorporate the Bible, which includes the Ten Commandments, as an instructional support into the curriculum, reads Walters' memo. The Bible is one of the most historically significant books and a cornerstone of Western civilization, along with the Ten Commandments. They will be referenced as an appropriate study of history, civilization, ethics, comparative religion, or the like, as well for their substantial influence on our nation's founders and foundational principles of our Constitution. And it goes on and on. I'm not going to bore you guys to tears reading this whole article. You know, I never like to do that, but pretty strange. I always thought that there was a thing separating church and state, but then I hear others tell me that was never real to begin with. So let's see what Clint thinks about.
Oh yeah, the myth of the separation of church. Well, see, it's like right now we're living in a democratic theocracy. Basically, it's they've divided the left and the right between people that worship Marxism and then people that worship the perversion God of the Bible that has been altered by the New World Order, and that the the whole thing about the see, it's like the right. It's this whole synthesis that's happening, and both sides don't realize that they're being categorically funneled into culturally. It's hard to explain, but it's like this Ordo Ab Chaos system isn't new. It's something that's been around for quite some time, and it's the mystery of the alchemists, and we're watching quote unquote alchemy happen in real time with the magi who are controlling the narrative. Basically, they are soothsayers.
Someone who knows says he's glad about it. Atomistic evolution is taught. Alphabet, LGBTQ, CRT, DEI. Religion is taught there, etc. I don't know what CRT, DEI stands for.
I just know not to trust anything. So I mean, like because it's like the
I think about the schools where they took like the Native Americans and forced them on the reservations and made the kids go to school, and they would kind of like beat on them if they didn't accept what the so-called white man was teaching them.
They did the same thing to the Irish and the Scottish in Europe 1,000 years ago, where the Irish were forced to convert to Roman Catholicism or be sentenced to death, and that there's parallels with what's happening in modern time and what happened in ancient times. And all the Irish, if they've done their history, they know that they've already been they've had their religion and their culture taken away. Like I'm part Pictish, and the Pictish people are all gone, and that's not even the real name of their culture. Their real name is unknown, and their language is lost, and their their whole thing was erased from history. And that it's very similar to what happened to Africans that came to America. Their history and culture was erased by these but it's like the modern people are calling them colonizers, but they're not colonizers. They're socialist communists, and they're under the Roman fasci orders, and that they're doing the same thing that happened in ancient Rome, where the citizens of Rome received higher benefits than the secondary citizens and so on, and where it's like it's just crazy how everybody can't see that they're under an illusion. It's like, it reminds me of that Lord of Illusions movie where people were, it's just the whole scenario is like, the idea of democracy is evil. I mean, the KKK practiced democracy, and this is what's happening, is that the masses are forming these two groups, A and B, and that we are peer pressured to join one of the groups or be outcasts, and that
I saw this. Sorry to cut you off, but I saw this post in Reddit under the Seattle subreddit, and somebody was saying, "Oh, this new stat came out. It turns out that Seattle is the least religious city in the entire country." And then all these people are kind of coming there and saying, "Yeah, I'm so proud of that. Oh, man, religious people are so dumb." And I was kind of reading that, and part of me felt kind of disgusted. Like, man, look at all these godless animals in here. This area's going to hell. But then I read this story about Oklahoma. I think, I don't like that either. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Marxists don't realize that they do practice a religion. They want a new authoritarian dictatorship that supposedly gives equal amounts of goods to the people, but they don't understand what they're for is an ancient system, and that the system that they want doesn't do what it says it does. We live in the age of deception. Both sides are deceived, and that who is the great deceiver? Lucifer.
Definitely. Yeah. It's really strange to me, especially the way that it kind of mirrors, what happened in the ancient world. And some of these things that we hear about, these genocides and entire peoples getting wiped out and stuff like that. I don't see how people can look at history and sit here and say, okay, we got to make sure that people believe in this particular God at this particular time. I would just be like, if I was in one of those classes, I'd be saying, well, why should I worship Yahweh? Why shouldn't I worship one of these other gods? The teacher would probably yell at me and stuff like that. But I mean, I just don't like that environment. Like, telling a youngster that there's just one God and they better submit to this God, otherwise they're going to burn in hell, et cetera, et cetera. Not that I think it's not a good idea to believe in God. I believe in God, but the forcing. I guess the reason why these articles bother me is I want people to choose spirituality on their own. I don't want them to be like tortured into it. That doesn't seem the right path to me. Like, oh, I'm a Christian because otherwise I would have had to get thrown into the Iron Maiden.
Yeah, because it goes both ways with parental rights, where say the parent doesn't want their kid to be taught rainbow or God stuff, it's like it's their right to not have and when the state starts pushing religion on the students, it's not that religion's bad. I mean, if the whole community agrees on it, I guess, but like the idea of parental rights is being smashed by the mob, where like certain medical issues, which I won't bring up, that
choppy the pee.
Well, no, the V word, but
the V word.
Well,
choppy the vagina.
The jab.
Oh yeah, X-nay on the.
I'm not gonna go into that.
X-nay on the Jabberwocky.
But the individual rights of the parents are being squashed by the group rights, and the group rights are taking away the individual rights, and that people aren't seeing this thing happen. Where, it's the same thing with the abortion issue. It's like they don't understand that democracy took away the right to abortion. Not that it was a right to begin with. It was more about security from the state knowing that was what was going on between you and your doctor, and that.
And I feel the same way about that. I feel like abortion should be legal, but nobody should get it done.
Yeah, I'm not really too concerned about it, but the constitutionality of the fact that they revoked Roe versus Wade and didn't say one thing about the security of the individual's right to privacy, it proves they didn't read the case, and that it proves that we're either going to live in one theocracy or another. The Bible theocracy or the rainbow theocracy. I mean, that's what's happening.
I'm not living in any damn rainbow theocracy. Fuck that. I'd like to keep my butthole nice and tight. Thank you.
Well, either of them though are both. See, the rainbow god was Lucifer, and then the god of the new biblical movements, they've turned Jesus into Lucifer, and they secretly preach secular humanism and so on. So both movements are the same deity.
All right. Well, I think we've kind of talked about this one enough. I do want to keep things moving. Trying to keep the show a little bit shorter. And when we do these like early Saturday shows, there's a lot less of a turnout anyway, so they tend to be shorter.
I think we're at 200 on X right now.
241 live listeners, not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Next story, this is from CBSNews.com. The Vatican excommunicates ex-ambassador to U.S. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, declares him guilty of schism. A firebrand and conservative who became one of Pope Francis's most ardent critics has been excommunicated by the Vatican. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who once served as the Vatican's ambassador to the U.S., was found guilty of schism. The Vatican's doctrine office opposed the penalty after a meeting of its members on Thursday, a press statement said Friday. The office cited Vigano's refusal to recognize and submit to the Supreme Pontiff, his rejection of communion with members of the Church subject to him, and end of the legitimacy and magisterial authority of the Second Vatican Council as its reasoning for the ruling. The Vatican excommunication means that Vigano is formally outside the Church. It cannot celebrate or receive its sacraments for having committed one of the gravest crimes in canon law, schism. A schism occurs when someone withdraws submission to the Pope or from the communion of Catholics who are subject to him. It is considered particularly dangerous to the faith because it threatens the unity of the church. And in fact, Vigano had created a following of like-minded conservatives and traditionalists over the years as he delved deeper and deeper into conspiracy theories about everything from the you-know-what pandemic to what he called the Great Reset and other fringe ideas. Vigano, during his time as envoy to Washington, also made headlines during Francis' 2015 visit to the United States, which as nuncio he helped organize. Everything was going fine until Vigano arranged for Kim Davis, blah, blah, blah. Well, I better read this. From Kim Davis, a Kentucky clerk at the center of the U.S. gay marriage debate, to be among a small group of people at the Vatican residence to greet Francis. Davis has risen to prominence for refusing to issue all marriage licenses rather than be compelled to issue licenses to same-sex couples. She became a hero to the conservative right of the U.S., with whom Vigano had increasingly identified during U.S. culture wars over gay marriage and religious liberty issues. And then it goes on and on. As usual, I'm not going to read all of this, but he gets into a lot of conspiracy topics. Like, he basically has called out there being a lodge of Lucifer within the Vatican. I don't know if he used that exact phrase, but he was mirroring a lot of what Malachi Martin would talk about back in the old days. Have you heard of him, Clint? Malachi Martin back in the Coast to Coast days?
Yeah, Cooper says Malachi Martin is a deceiver, and that the idea of the Vatican and its being against certain things, it's all part of that AB system of the thesis, antithesis equals synthesis.
Have you heard of Archbishop Vigano and his recent work the past few years, talking about the Great Reset and Luciferian infiltration of the Vatican, as well as there being a worldwide conspiracy?
I've definitely read about the Luciferian, the Luciferian Brotherhood within the Vatican. For me, I believe that the Great Reset is simply perestroika, having to do with Gorbachev, the Gorbachev Foundation, and Bush Sr. And the perestroika is basically this 30-year plan that's been happening, where Bush Sr. said in '91 that they would initiate perestroika in America, which just means restructure, or another word, Great Reset, and that there's no doubt in my mind that Karl Schwab is KGB, and that the goals of the movement is they've destroyed the West. Everybody thinks that when Khrushchev, when him and his goons banged their shoes on the desk at the UN and said in Russia, "We will bury America, we will destroy it from within." There's no doubt that they weren't talking metaphorically, because the congressional records goes over it quite extensively with admirals and congressmen and stuff speaking about how the translation of the words were not figurative or metaphorical words, that Nicholas Khrushchev and these other goons, they meant it, and they said it in open public on the record, and that the internet has whitewashed that scenario from the internet. Basically, you can't find the video. It's very hard to find the video of them banging their shoes on the UN table and threatening America. But they've done it. They've fully, the Open Skies Treaty, the UN Charter. The UN Charter was written by Elgar Hiss, who was a known communist, arrested for espionage against America. He was 100% Illuminati communist, and that the U.S. is under the total thumb of communism, and that's why we are the war machine for the communist world government, and that there's no doubt that the Vatican, it's like the symbol of the UN is the crown of Rome, and that the ties between the Vatican, the Nazis, the communists, and the UN, not to mention the crown and so on, but it's all this giant
all
New
kind of goes
world
back
order.
to what we were talking about with the Goths and the Romans and how things kind of fell into place. I did kind of ask our guest about, what happened after the Germanics took over Rome and the intermarriage, and sure enough, they intermarried back into the people over the Phoenicians, the people probably related to the people in Carthage that didn't get killed. It makes me wonder if the original Romans, before it became the Byzantine Empire, if they were kind of like the good ones. They probably just wanted money, right? They wanted to like go in there and take all their gold, but they seem to kind of be against these people that are likely in power today.
Oh yeah, well, it's like the Roman Empire wasn't originally socialist, and then it became socialist, and then it started expanding its territories, and it had to have war to expand and to feed the original Romans. And that the same thing is happening with these. That's why there's all these wars. It's the expansion of the world Roman Empire. The sun never sets on Rome, and that all these wars, Korean War, Vietnam War, all these other wars, they're all for the control of the entire world. It's all about world dominance, and that the one world government ruling all under the thumb of the Legion of Rome. And that's why there's Knights of Malta in the CIA, and that's why there's Knights of Malta and British Parliament, American government, and the Knights of Malta have full oaths that they take, swearing allegiance to Rome, the Roman dictator, the Pope, who is also the king.
Supposedly there's not supposedly, but there's an island of Malta where they actually have a fortress set up, and that's where the Knights of Malta, that's their like home base, obviously.
Yeah.
And that's where the Black Pope is, and the Black Pope is supposedly I don't know if this is true, but he's supposedly the true Jesuit. He's the true ruler of the Vatican and basically calls all the shots, and the normal Pope is just a figurehead.
It's like the Jesuits are the militia of the Vatican, and the Knights of Malta are the military of the Vatican. And the island of Malta is the fourth, well, I guess there's like five, but it's one of the fourth independent sovereign city-states, like D.C. and London and, Rome, and that the Knights of Malta, they have diplomatic passports that have full diplomatic immunity, where there's been instances where they were carrying all sorts of illegal stuff on planes, and that they couldn't have it taken from them because they had full diplomatic immunity. Just like when certain communists, like GW's one of his daughter, and same with Billerie's one of their kids, they like killed somebody in a traffic accident or something. It was all swept under the table because they have full diplomatic immunity, because they are members of international organizations that are fermenting the New World Order goals, basically.
That's kind of what this whole recent Trump thing has been about, like kind of whether or not a president can even be tried for anything, because there's certain laws in place and certain philosophies, and we've talked about on the show the idea that if you're king or emperor or president or anything like that, you're kind of like above the law. Like there's reasons why you shouldn't be able to prosecute somebody that's in a position like that. Like where would you even begin? They'd have to just violate so many laws to even do their job.
Well, it's like I don't trust anybody. It's like how Reagan and Bush were both communists, and they were pretending to be Republicans. And for all we know, I would like cheap gas and to pay less in the stores. It's possible. I'd say there's like a 10% chance that Trump is on the people's side, but he doesn't know that. I don't think he understands that the whole system is unconstitutional, and that we're under this thumb of these internationalists, and that the internationalists are ran by the Lodge of the Perfectibilists, the Illuminati, and that these Illuminati are deceiving the world. They're the great deceivers,
Did you ever read this thing about Trump and when he was going bankrupt, he received money from the Rothschild Corporation?
Interesting.
Yeah, you can look it up. Just Google Trump Rothschild connection, and at first it might be a little confusing, but if you get into it, he actually literally they bailed him out. Like he would have pretty much gone out of business, and they brought him back to life. And that he's not the first person they've done that for. And you'd have to think that after they did that, he must be theirs after that, right? Like he must be kind of bought off by them.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like if you know them by their signs, well, I think that's how they say it. Know them by their
know them by thy
fruits.
works, or by their fruits. Yeah.
Yeah. So they both during the debate they both said, "quote We made millions of jobs," end quote. And in the Communist Manifesto, the government that's one of the planks, the government controlling the means of production, and that there is no constitutional delegation of authority for them to, quote, create millions of jobs. That's communism. We're in communism right now. That's why Amazon and Tesla, they don't have to pay these international excise taxes for imports and exports. They don't have to pay these, that's because they're immune. The socialism and communism, the government, either in socialism, the government bails out all these businesses, like how they bailed out 49,000 banks the other year, or how they bailed out Tesla and Amazon during the pandemic. That's socialism. And then when the government
the only difference is like in communism there should not be a Jeff Bezos. Like corporations, they should be owned by the people.
That's where because Stalin, he was a 6.5 trillionaire in modern times. If communism works just to benefit the rulers who are the Illuminists, and they know them by their signs, symbols, and passwords, and you'll see they all hold the secret, the hidden hand, and because they are the hidden hand, and they are doing, quote, the great work of making man think that he's a god and putting us all into world communism where we're all slaves and the people have to throw themselves to the will of the beast system. That's why all these military people, they're all gung-ho on going to die for something that's unconstitutional and fucking
well, that's why they need to get Trump back in office, because these military people, they will not fight for Joe Biden. They do not trust him. And like I like to use that picture. That picture I sent you of I think when I was on your show, you actually pulled it up of the soldiers. They're looking at Trump, or not Trump, but Biden eating that pizza. There's like, what the fuck? Like a lot of them are into QAnon and stuff like that. They're probably thinking that's some Pizzagate shit right there. Like a lot of them are into the conspiracies. They don't trust Biden, but if Trump is in office, they will go to war.
None of these people who are all under the oath to the Constitution, none of them realize that the Constitution is not in legal effect, and that there is no America, and that they are fighting under Article 43 of the UN Charter, which delegates all peacekeeping forces to the UN Security Council Undersecretary, who's always been a communist general, 90% of the time a Russian communist general, and that they're fighting for the world government. In the Constitution, there's a clause that states Congress has the power to wage war, and so the founding fathers, they didn't want to have to write out everything that the government couldn't do, because that would take forever. So they wrote out what the government could do. It's called a limited clause, and that it's limited.
That's
to
why they
Congress.
say that. That's why they say that Iraq was an illegal war.
Yeah, they're all legal wars. Every war since the Korean War was legal, and possibly World War I and II. Congress did wage war in those wars, but it was under pretty sketchy terms, and those are two huge rabbit holes. But they're these wars though are about destroying any sovereign nation, and that if you counted all the people that died since Korea, Korea was like 160,000 people that died. That's like half of the Union Army during the Civil War. So every 3 wars is like a total of Civil War deaths, basically, just on our side. And that these deaths are all for the world government. That's what I was getting at with that clause, is that the clause is protected by the supremacy clause of the Constitution, which states that anything in conflict with this Constitution is notwithstanding in law, and that Marbury versus Madison protects that, where it says null and void, and that so this Article 43 of the treaty is null and void. The whole treaty is null and void, and they're operating under the color of law, and they're committing treason against the Constitution. And all these people that are going along with it, who have taken an oath to the Constitution and sworn allegiance to it, they are liars, and they are illuminists who want democratic socialism or communism. They want
look
the
how tricky Trump was when he was asked about the whole situation in Ukraine. He didn't say, when they flat out asked him, he didn't say, "Oh, I wouldn't participate in that conflict." He didn't say anything to that effect. Like, he pretty much said that he would go along with the agenda, just like Biden did. The only thing he said is he would charge the UN he said he'd charge them to be involved, as opposed to just, sending all of our weapons and crap like that over there. But that's not denying it. That's going along with the exact same agenda. But he was clever in the way that he answered, because he made it seem like he was kind of opposed to it, or he's for the American people. But in reality, he's for the same agenda and is not up there denying it at all.
Yeah, that's why I refuse to vote, because I'm not gonna consent to be ruled by an unconstitutional government when it's my and your, all of our birthright. Doesn't matter who you are, what color, religion. If you're born in America or if you're an American citizen, the Constitution is your birthright, and that they are denying us our birthright, and they are denying it's like the Constitution is an operating system like Windows, and they are denying the operating system from working. Meanwhile, they're stating that the operating system is old, and it's an old garbage document, but they're denying that it even works. But there hasn't been constitutionality for over 100 years, possibly even 150, but they're sitting there denying, saying the Constitution is just an old relic. And it's like, well, it's the same argument every time. And whenever I ask one of these people, when I confront them, well, have you ever read the Constitution? And they'll say, oh, no, it's too complicated. And it's like, well, how do you know if it's a relic if you don't even understand it to begin with? And that these soldiers, these senators, all these congressmen, they don't understand the Constitution and what it is. And what it is it's a contract. And it's a contract between the Fed and the state. And fucking, that contract, they must abide to the letter of the contract. They cannot operate outside of the letter of the contract, because that contract is enforceable in law. And
doesn't it say that there has to be that our money has to be backed by gold?
Yeah, that's the gold silver clause. No state.
Where is that in the Constitution?
I think it's Article 3 or something. No state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin.
How could we go against such a major tenet of the Constitution to the point where now we have a fractionary reserve system?
Well, the people that perpetuated this conspiracy were all Illuminist internationalists, and that
meaning basically they're all connected to the Vatican and the Rothschilds.
Well, Rothschild is an outer core. Basically, if you know them by their signs, you'll see that on May 1st, 1933 is when they outlawed the gold.
And the way this connects is this is literally the same group we were talking about earlier with our guests. These are the remnants of the Phoenicians, merchants from the Revelations.
Oh, yeah, the worshippers of Moloch. Moloch, the day that they would burn the babies was May 1st. And that May 1st is May Day, just like the Maypole of England, where they were wrapping these ribbons around a phallic image, and that it's the symbol of the lost word, and but it's also a perverted symbol of this sex cult, basically. Like this, I mean, it's not really a sex cult except on the outer core, but the Illuminists were known
and stuff like that, pedophilia, orgies.
Well, it's like Nasta Webster and John J. Robison both, talk about how the Illuminists were engaged in extreme debauchery, just like Crowley, just like Billary.
Have you seen how this? Have you heard about this Star Wars show, The Acolyte?
Yeah, I watched the first episode.
Like basically, Star Wars is being infused with stuff like with witches. Like now witches are like a big part of the Star Wars world, and they're like all standing around and doing this like really cringe ass chant where they're going, the power of one, the power of many, and they're all saying that together. And like the main characters are all like these lesbian witch type of girls. And, of course they're all like, people of color. Nothing wrong with that, but nobody likes that shit just like forced down our throats all the time, to the point where it's. And George Lucas even went on and he was like, well, look at the original Star Wars. I had Billy D. Williams, a person of color. One of the main leaders of the rebels was a woman, Leia Organa, and like one of the major generals in the rebels was a female too. Like Star Wars was already it was already diverse. It was already multicultural. But what they're doing now is like they're infusing a lot of this like pagan sort of orgiastic sort of witch culture into it. That's what I feel, at least.
Yeah, it's the rebirth of the pagan mysteries. The Illuminists are bringing the old gods back, and we're seeing it in real time happening with these festivals that everybody thinks is so popular, and yet all these bands and all these different huge groups go by the symbols of the ancient world, and they all, like the Grateful Dead, the red and blue with the lightning bolt, the 13-point lightning bolt, and
then there's connections between Jerry Garcia and CIA and all that.
Yeah, but there's I would guarantee that their producers or somebody along the lines was a member of a secret society, and that but more like the techno stuff too, where the like Electric Forest, all these people go and like I was talking about the other night, I was talking about Burning Man, and I was like, I would bet money that Burning Man was started on the summer solstice, and I looked it up and it was, and the summer solstice thing is, it has to do with the Satanists, Bohemian Grove, and so on and so forth. And
have you heard of the Tomorrowland festivals?
I think so. Isn't that the one that failed or whatever?
They're basically like these huge rave parties, and they were just full of all this like pagan sort of symbolism, like, and there's just hundreds of thousands of people that would go to these, and it's not the only one. Like a lot of these European electronic music festivals, they seem to have this real pagan theme to them nowadays, and they're crazily popular. Like that type of music is really popular in Europe.
Yeah, the orgiastic festivals. Even in the 90s, one of my friends went to a rave in Detroit.
And you got a lot of drug use there too. And I'm actually like a fan of psychedelics or entheogens or whatever you want to call them. Like I'm like really into it, but I feel like this stuff is also being I mean, I'm not like going to go down into like the Jan Irvin sort of bottomless pit,
like
but
Jan Irvin, but
basically, I think that there's some truth to it. Like every 1 in 10 of his arguments is probably true, and he is pointing out some like real connections.
The festivals, a majority of the people at these festivals, no matter if it's rock or techno, they'll have a Flower of Life tattoo on their arm. They'll have which Flower of Life is the symbol of Osiris, and that they'll believe, if you ask them, they'll believe that they're a god, or they'll say that we're all one. These are both tenets.
And you also see the Eye of Providence or the Eye of Horus everywhere too at these festivals and these concerts.
Interesting. But those two tenets, though, are the Luciferian philosophy. To believe that you're God, and that is the great work of Crowley, was to get the people to believe that they're gods, and that the idea of Horus the Conquering Child, these people who believe this are Horus the Conquering Child. It's the symbol, and that his age is here, and that we're watching it. That's why there's all this sex shit in the schools and all these fucking garbage people that are.
Yeah, I also feel like, talking about the hallucinogen psychedelic thing again. I feel like when people are inexperienced with these substances, like they don't have a shamanic background or any sort of spiritual side, like when they go into the state, they're immediately going to be confronted by the spirits that kind of hang about them day to day. And a lot of these spirits are going to be demonic entities, and they're not going to have any clue how to deal with them. Like this is something that they actually say, if you're going to do ayahuasca, it's best to do it with a guide there, because this guide or shaman is going to have like the right tools to fend off demonic entities that you run into. Like they'll have little fetishes and stuff like that will kind of keep the vibration up and ward off these darker sort of entities that might come to you when you're in the state, and immediately the first thing they begin doing is lying to you, right? Like you either get hit with this like Joseph Smith type of thing, or it's going to be some other weird pagan super religion that you've never heard about, and you're going to be bombarded with these ideas because you're in the state. You're going to be like, whoa, and that's literally how cults start, or religions or cults.
Yeah. Well, think about this. You remember the Archon Dairul book? One of the symbols of initiation is the drums, and that these people are initiated without portfolio. They are all initiates of this mystery religion. They don't even know it, and that they all profess the same beliefs and the same belief systems, and they all have the hive mind. And I believe that they are under the spell of Circe's, basically, and that it sounds superstitious, but it's Circe's would bring the people into her temple, feed them the dogma, and turn them into animals, and then she would feed off them. And that these people are being fed off by these mystery schools because they're going along with the great work of the New World Order, which isn't just talked about by Russians and in American dictators like GW, but like they're talked about by the ancient dark side left-hand path mystery schools, the New World Order. It's like Eliphas Levi talks about socialism in his book Transcendental Magic, and that they're using these ideas.
He's the one that created the Baphomet image, right?
Yeah, he's the one that perverted it, because from my understanding, the original was simply, it was called Pope Muhammad, and that it was a three-faced deity that was just a symbol of part of the Islam Templars, basically.
Gotcha. But hey, this is fascinating, but I better bring up the next news story.
Question. Yeah, I definitely like the news question and stuff.
This one, I just feel like we got to get to this one because literally like everybody's talking about it right now. And what I mean is Project 2025, also known as the Presidential Transition Project, is a collection of conservative and right-wing policy proposals from the Heritage Foundation to reshape the United States federal government and consolidate executive power should the Republican candidate win the 2024 presidential election. It proposes reclassifying tens of thousands of merit-based federal civil service workers as political appointees in order to replace them with those that will be more willing to enact the wishes of the next Republican president. It asserts that the president has absolute power over the executive branch. Critics of Project 2025 have characterized it as an authoritarian Christian nationalist plan to transform the United States into an autocracy. Many legal experts have asserted that it would undermine the rule of law, the separation of powers, the separation of church and state, and civil liberties. I find this fascinating because a lot of like people I know that are into the MAGA stuff, like my buddy Al, for example, he comes on here and he says like, oh, Trump's already won. The military and Trump are in the background, just kind of like getting rid of all the evil and getting rid of all the corruption and stuff like that. They're clearing out the swamp. Like a lot of MAGA people either believe this is going to happen or they believe it's already kind of played out. That's kind of part of what the whole QAnon thing was all about, was the Trump winning and basically just kind of fixing everything. And on this program, I like to think we go a little bit deeper than that, and we kind of call that out as probably a deception or right versus left Hegelian politics. But what do you think of that, Clint? What do you think of this new buzzword going around, Project 2025?
Well, it's all brainwashing. Nobody can verify it. They believe it. It's a new religion. and that these people, it's all bullshit, because until we have gold and silver coins that we can pay our bills with, until we have allodial titles on our land, until we have wars that are waged by Congress and not the United Nations, until we have courts that don't violate every person's rights on a daily basis and commit treason against every American citizen on a daily basis, you know, until we have, because right now, as far as I'm concerned, we're sitting in a slave country. We have the most imprisoned people in the world, and they're all working for free as slaves in the prisons, and everybody's on the left and right are ignoring it. And nobody, people, you know, because I was in the system when I was a kid, people that haven't been in the system and they haven't seen the dark side of the New World Order, the being incarcerated and fucking waking up with bugs in your mouth every morning, and, you know, eating food that's served by Chesters and freaking, you know, it's, they don't realize what kind of world this is, because they don't understand what it used to be. And that when people used to have sovereign rights, and when they used to be able to start their own farm without endless permits and so on, when they used to be free and have free trade, free rights of assembly, the free rights to bear arms, the free rights to, you know, contract, where today we don't have the right to contract. When you sign your license, you're signing away your constitutional rights unless you sign it 1-308 or 7, I believe it is, without prejudice. And the the average person doesn't know that, though. And like, so, and they've taken away everybody's rights to contract, because we have to contract in a certain way. Just like, see, it's like when the New World Order gives you something, you have to spend it a certain way. Or like,
yeah, I've watched, like, here and there, I've watched some of these sovereign citizen videos, and they crack me up because the people start talking like they're from another planet or something. They're just like, blah, 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 and using all this verbiage. And you know, yeah, most of them are like crazies, etc. But like,
yeah,
they're actually what they're referring to is a real thing. Like, that's kind of what you're getting into just now. They are referring to the fact that the laws in this country are propped up on a heap of bullshit, and that we're not respecting the Constitution. The very existence of the sovereign citizens is in reference to that, and the fact that they are not adhered to shows that the Constitution itself is not adhered to. Like, we kind of laugh at them because the courts don't take them seriously, but the point being is they should. And there are instances where these people get away with their shit. Like, I was watching one where this guy was getting pulled over. You know, he basically said, I'm not getting out of my car. If you guys try to take me out, we're going to get into a firefight. And sure enough, the cops actually backed down and just kind of let him go. And that, I mean, they're being a little bit weak, I thought, but this guy was a sovereign citizen, and he was bringing up the thing about when you're driving, you don't technically even need to have a license. Like, that's something that is written into our laws. Unless it's like a commercial vehicle, you don't need to have a driver's license. And they let this guy go.
It's in the Supreme Court rulings. Sometimes they don't want it. Like, one of my friends has driven the last 2 years without a license plate or insurance. And
has he gotten pulled over?
He's gone to jail a couple of times, but he's also gotten pulled over and had nothing happen. Like Ralph Epperson, when I interviewed him, he said that that in 1980 something he got a ticket, and he argued the law basically, and that they gave him some kind of exemption ticket or something, and that he laminated it and put it where his license plate is. But see, all this stuff it's irrelevant though. They are fun stories, but like, because in the point of things, it's just like that. Well,
it is relevant in the sense that, I mean, what does that tell us? Sometimes he's talking his way out of it. Sometimes he's getting busted. Does our law even know what it's doing or what it adheres to?
Well, most of the time it's because it's all about how you talk to the court, and that, like, and if say you do say the exact correct words, I had to go to court once, and I was like, Well, I'd like to plea in the form of a demurrer and challenge the jurisdiction. Please state on the record what your jurisdiction is over me. And that technically I had signed the only jurisdiction that they had, I had signed it with the without prejudice caveat signature, and that I already had confronted the prosecuting attorney about it, and I was like, you don't even have a case because you don't have jurisdiction, and I'm going to bring it up first thing. And I slammed the affidavit on the table and was like, where's my signature without the caveat? Because I've got the caveat and my rights are reserved without prejudice. And you're in an unconstitutional jurisdiction operating under the color of law. And fucking, he was pissed. He had cops almost jump me when on the way to the courtroom, basically, because I said I didn't want no goddamn Masons in the courtroom lying for each other. And fucking, but when I said the law, and in law, we have the right to due process and court procedure, and in court procedure, if you make a jurisdiction challenge, they have to on the record say the jurisdiction, and that they denied my jurisdiction challenge, and the judge went as far as to force the stenographer to delete what I was saying on the record. I specifically stated it on the record, and they force deleted it, and they committed a felony right against me in the open court of law. And fucking when I bought the video for the thing, I couldn't get the video, and I couldn't get the stenographer writing, and they committed fraud to hide the fact that they committed a felony against me, and that's what they do to people, even if you know the law, and because I knew the law, and freaking we're living in sad times. I can't even state what the Declaration of Independence says to do, because we are living in absolute fascist socialist communism, basically, and that it's absolute fascism, and that there are people out there who are running the show. We have no right. We're slaves, and that's why they can.
The best thing is to avoid the justice system, because you will not get a fair shake. Don't go in there thinking that you're going to be treated fairly.
Yeah.
Every experience I've had with police, it's been 50-50. 50% of the time they're just really nice and they let you go, and then 50% of the time they're just total fascists and they just throw the book at you. So I try not to break any laws. Luckily, pot's legal in my state, and that's really the only law that I was breaking previously, besides some activism stuff, speaking out against the system, et cetera, which I hope that we can maintain, because I really enjoy doing this. If I have to, I'll just be in some bunker somewhere with a ham radio, just broadcasting to whoever can pick up my signal. But I do want to move on to the next story. Still got a few things to get to. Clint, are you familiar with Gabriella Rico?
That sounds familiar. Is that some kind of I think I know what it is, because my girlfriend watches all these mainstream things, and I'm always hearing it in the background and kind of watching it. But
well, basically, I'll just read the article. This is from Everin.com. Gabriel Rico Jimenez, Mexico's mysterious missing model. Looks like this is actually a podcast that was on. I guess I'm talking about podcasts here. I didn't mean to, but description. I highlight and explore the missing model from Mexico named Gabriela Rico Jimenez, who went viral in 2009 when her emotional outburst and arrest outside of a luxury hotel led to her disappearance ever since. She accused Carlos Slim of living in a subterranean base and stealing children, of killing a high-profile politician, and eating human flesh.
Oh, I think I remember that. There was a lady went out. I'm pretty sure this is the same thing that there was a video of a model walking out of a hotel saying they're eating people in there, and
that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, she was. I remember when that came out. I was like, "Holy shnikes!" I was like, "This is crazy. This is legit." They are the grossest forms of debauchery. That's what the Illuminists in France were known for, and that they will eat people. They eat feces. They have sex with animals, all sorts of...
Actually, that thing with the eating the feces, it was incredibly popular in the I believe the turn of the century, around that time, like they would eat mummy remains. Like one popular thing was to get mummy remains from Egypt and eat that, and they would eat shit too. And I think even Hitler was into eating shit. Crowley was into eating shit.
Yeah, it's well, the mainstream brainwashy victim of this new age eats butts. That's what they're so proud of, eating butts. And that, I mean, it's not. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm just saying what they say.
Tell me more about this eating of the buttocks. This sounds like Albert Fish?
That's what the mainstream. We're living in Sodom and Gomorrah basically, and I'm not even a Bible thumper, and it's very messed up. It's like culture is.
Kim K, she could feed a family of 4.
Well, it's like culture is on this train of madness where we've lost touch with reality, and that even the people that use the psychedelics at these festivals, they're not in touch with reality. They live their lives going festival to festival. It's no different than the flower people of Conan the Barbarian.
Well, you had 2 people. Like when I went on your show, you had like 2 people come through. You know, God bless them. I don't have anything against these guys. Wonderful people, but like they were both like bragging about doing like hundreds of hits of LSD and all this shit. And I'm thinking to myself, like, fuck, dude, why would you want to do more? I even said that. I was like, why would you want to do more than like 4 hits of acid? Like, what are you Isn't that enough? Like, okay, you want to go real deep and get real effed up, then do 12. But why the hell would you do like a whole vial or do 100? Like, you're just asking for some kind of Sid Barrett thing to happen where you don't come back and you're just like weird for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they're they all want to achieve like a shamanic state, but like they are they don't understand the sacredness of it, and that these people that low dose and high dose and they have no sacredness. I don't even trip anymore, not for like the last 11 years, but like there's no sacredness of it, like to like sit by yourself in the dark and listen to one of the Icaro songs, or to even just sit by yourself in the dark. I mean, that's the bravest thing you can do if you want to go all the way.
In my opinion, that's how it should be done. Like, these people turn it into a social party drug, and that's the exact opposite of what it's really meant to be. And that's why that dude I was telling you about that first went to the Amazon and stuff, his plan was to just leave and like not tell anybody about it, because he didn't want the Western world to get a hold of this stuff and just totally corrupt it and make it into party drugs. Basically what happened.
Yeah, I definitely think that the people that are going to these festivals and stuff are being brainwashed. That's why I was bringing up the drums. The drums are, their hearts sync up with the beat, and then they're more susceptible to the imagery and the words, and that it's like a hypnotic state. They start dancing. They're in this hypnotic state, dancing.
An occultist would say the bass in the songs opens up the gates of the mind and allows the subconscious to be accessed through the sinking of biorhythm.
Yeah, it's like they're initiating themselves in the same ways of what these serious star cults would in the ancient days. The orgies, that's what I was getting at. My friend in the 90s, he said he went to this rave in Detroit, and it was just there was a huge orgy, and he's like,
what's going on here? I came to party.
Yeah, he liked.
No, I will not take my clothes off.
Yeah, he said it was like a big pile of people all like slurshing around.
Yeah, I know a lot of like people like that. They're just like, oh yeah, I've slept with 80 people. I'm just like, oh yeah, what kind of diseases do you have? You probably have A to Z, like everything. Like, what, you're so proud of that. Like, you didn't accomplish anything. You just opened up your butthole or something.
Well, it's like that Mother Thitchton, or damn, what's the name of that? I sent you that link to that Cooper episode, and he does this quote by this lady from. It was like this prophecy type British 1500s news article thing, and it was a prediction of the future, and it was like man will live beneath the sea, and it was like a rhyme, and it was talking about how families and love would no longer be real, and that the women would instead of having children, they would have animals, and and it was talking about the end of civilization, and that it's just like the end of the Mayans, the end of the Egyptians, the end of Babylonians. Well, maybe not the Babylonians, but the the oh, I'm on the air. But the memes, this emoji language that's being created with these emojis, those are the same characteristics of the fall of the Aztec Empire and the multiple other empires. And so this is one of the symptoms of the fall of the culture and the civilization, is this emoji language that the youth is participating in, if you haven't noticed.
Kind of like Grimes, like there's a whole thing around her where she was kind of putting these, I don't know where she did it. I'm assuming it was Twitter/X, and she was putting these tweets out, and then years later people were going back and they're figuring out that she was actually talking about things that were going to happen. And I believe she was dating Elon Musk at the time, so definitely some psyop energy there. But gonna move on to the next news story. I kind of want to talk about Poppy. I meant to talk about this like the last few shows, but man, Poppy is like this pop artist. She has a lot of videos on YouTube, and a lot of people in the truth community believe that she is an Illuminati mind-controlled puppet. There's a lot of things that she does to kind of hint at that idea, and she did a particularly weird video where she had a veil on her face, and she was saying the scary masks are coming, and then this she had this like little cutout of a germ, and she was like sticking it against the veil, like kind of making a mockery of things to come. We don't want to talk about that too much or get into it, but point being that she was openly telling us all that these things were going to start happening. And that's just one example. If you look at her music videos and the symbology and the things that she's talking about and the things that she's doing, just heavy Illuminati stuff, heavy demonic stuff. And she just recently came out with some new music videos, and I was kind of picking through those, looking for different symbology and stuff like that. Any thoughts on Poppy? You're muted.
I remember when she came on the YouTube scene, she had she had like a handler, and that eventually she broke away from him, and then she went to metal for some reason, and then she's touring around. I don't know if she is like some kind of, if she's a real person or if she is like some kind of a set up type of, like highly overproduced. I mean, she could be
a lot of her videos she'll have blood coming out of one nostril. It's my understanding that's a symbol of occult mind control and brainwashing abuse, basically turning somebody into a puppet or a drone, turning somebody into like a real life doll, which they do to these pop singers, female pop singers, probably male pop singers too.
Yeah, there's definitely seems to be a lot of occultism in the music scene with like David Bowie and all these other.
Lady Gaga is a big one. That Bad Romance video that really put her over. Basically, you have all these like elite people just kind of sitting there, and there's one guy in particular, and he's got this remote control, and he's like kind of controlling her, and she's getting in and out of this weird like pod thing, and it's almost like them pretty much admitting to us that she's controlled by elite that are kind of behind the veil or in the backstage.
Yeah, she's very on par with like the Ice Spice chick. What's her name? They're both kind of like symbolically like the embodiment of the whore of Babylon.
I believe that's there's something to that. Absolutely. Other ones, Billie Eilish, she just became #1 on Spotify again, and she had that recent video where she has black wings and she's falling, and then she's coming out of that pool of tar or whatever it is, and her wings are all black, and she's singing, "My Lucifer is lonely," and she's singing a song about Lucifer.
Oh yeah. Plus, she recently became androgynous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in her own words. I can't remember what she said exactly, but it was basically announcing her androgyny, and that is the occultists' new man, the new people, and the new initiate of the, it's like the ancient thing, just like the Kadesh and the Kadesha, the one would cut off their genitalia and throw them at the temple of Ishtar. It's like that dude was talking about Tanit. He's the only person I've ever heard besides myself that's talked about Tanit, and that Tanit was this goddess whore who the masses would worship with sexual orgies and sacrifice, and this was the dark entity that the whore of Babylon, in the symbolic sense of Revelations, the end of days.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, the whole idea of the whore, there's a lot of symbology there that seems to cross over with Lilith as well. And Lilith seems to be an embodiment of many of these goddesses. Like, they say she's Isis, they say she's this, she's that.
Yeah.
And
Lilitu.
Yeah, Lilitu. And the fact that she's also described as the first vampire. And she was also on True Blood, along with the goddess that we were talking about. I think the next season was all about Lilith.
Yeah, and the owl that became the bull. Wasn't Lolitu also the name of the girl off from The Fifth Element?
Lilu, something like that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's a whole rabbit hole there, definitely. The whole lullaby comes from Lilith. The whole idea of a lullaby, to lull somebody to sleep.
Oh yeah, plus the sexual phrase Lolita, I think it is.
Lolita, definitely.
Yeah.
Like a pedophilia sort of reference there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the meaning is exactly.
Yeah, it goes back to, I think they were called Lilu demons or something like that in Sumer.
Yeah.
And there's a whole thing there, definitely.
Yeah, it's like the in the Hebrew sense, they believed that there was a first wife of Adam, or Atem, and that the first wife was Lilith.
Yeah, I've looked into it, and it actually goes even deeper. There's actually, Lilith has 3 sisters, and I believe that one of them was also married to Noah, or it may have been like one of her descendants or something like that. But one of those main Hebrew demonesses, they say, was one of Noah's wives, and that's where the lineage of Cain or Canaan was, or Cain was reintroduced in the form of Canaan, because there was like literally demonic blood on the ark carried forth to the world after the flood.
Yeah, the philosophy of fire comes from the story of Cain, whether it be real or symbolic. That's where it's from. The artificers, the molten sea of the story of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and it's all this weird symbolic story that it may have different symbols in Babylonian and stuff, but like it's all the same story about this splitting of the great 2 elements, fire and water. And the philosophy of fire split through the brotherhood of Cain in the biblical terms, and then the philosophy of water split through the brotherhood of Abel. Irregardless of whether those were real people or not, because I believe they were symbols, and that but the 2 philosophies were once one, and the 2 philosophies are at battle in a sense. The water philosophy is practically dead, I would say, based on that the philosophers of fire have taken over all the church rhetoric and altered the stories and so on.
And then the other thing I want to talk about is all black events. Like, there's a lot of events nowadays that are, if they're saying only BIPOC people or only black people. And the argument there is that if anybody came up with an event for just whites, that would seem like the most racist thing ever.
Yeah.
So I was kind of hoping to have Dr. Robert on at this time when I bring this up, because it's a good way to get them all fired up. Talk about it. But we can still talk about it.
The G. Edward Griffin video, he says specifically that the Russian communists would use the race thing to destroy America, and that when Nicholas Khrushchev talked about destroying America from within, that's what he was talking about, is pushing the race issue, and that because they knew that was such a sensitive subject, they knew it, and so they're like, we're gonna abuse that, just like playing magic cards. You see something that's abusable, and you just abuse the shit out of it, and you win the game. And fucking, that's what they're doing. They're abusing these ideologies. These people are victims of the Illuminists. The Illuminists are telling people that they're going to get reparations. They're not going to get no reparations. The democratic society is French Illuminati. The socialist goes back to Germany. Adam Weishaupt, he was a professor at the Ingolstadt University. He was Marx was a German. This is a German conspiracy. Nazism is it's an offshoot of the conspiracy, and it goes back to the Nazarite, and like of Israel, and like the it's hard to explain, but it goes back to Babylonian basically. The Nazis did the same thing the dark side of the occult does, the left-hand path. They took the pentagram, which in occultism right side up is good, we all know, and then upside down becomes evil. And then they took the swastika of the Buddhists and the sun symbol, and then they inverted it and made it the reverse sun. And that it was clearly their whole SS secret society was it was a mock of the initiation of the Masonry, basically, and that they were, because at that time Masonry was Illuminati, and that but these same people that made the Nazis, they made the communists.
Well, the Nazis were going around and invading with Sonic lodges and stealing all their shit.
Yeah, that there was it's like every person that comes to power through Masonry then destroys all Masonry, because they know Masonry is the only thing that'll take them down. In the sense of the Illuminist Masonry, which is ran by the anarchists, basically. Like the anarchists are communists, they're one and the same in that
they're invoking chaos.
Yeah, that's what William Cooper says. He says America was taken over by these anarchists who are using communism and socialism and democracy as tools, and that the masses are being initiated into these things that we call politics, but it is a religion, because they believe in them. They believe it'll work.
Yeah, I can barely go on social media because it just, sorry, I spilled some of my tea, but everybody's just talking about the same stuff and using the same buzzwords, and I like to talk about politics on this program. I mean, it's the news, like, what else are we going to talk about? It's relevant, but it does annoy me because people are just falling for the same Hegelian dialectic, the same paradigms. Yeah. They're just they're doing what the system wants them to do, which is just argue endlessly about the topics that the system chooses. Yeah. The top 10 trending topics on X, that used to be real. I remember when that was real. Now it's 100% artificial. And check this out. Not only does X/Twitter now have an AI integrated with it, but now Instagram has one too. So they both have AI attached to the social media. Like, what are the implications of this as far as transhumanism, as far as, Elon Musk and Neuralink, as far as getting everybody on there and eventually just like merging the social engineering with the AI with the people, and it all just becomes one big clusterfuck of, we become the Borg.
Oh yeah. Well, to finish up the last thing in like a very few words, it's all about the Masonic idea of getting your goat. They get your goat and piss you off, but like the AI thing, that all has to do with this whole new eon of Horus the Conquering Child and the new god, and their new god being the AI. where they believe it's a new form of authority where basically the man can fucking can take the AI and use it as a tool to convince the masses of what the world government, the new world order wants to happen. So they'll just they'll program the AI to say what it wants to happen, or they'll use the AI to. I mean, this kind of has to do with the two things earlier about.
Have you ever talked to it?
Yeah, I've questioned it to test it to see if it was accurate, and
yeah, it can occasionally give you some spooky answers. Like there was one time I asked about World War III, and it gave me some like predictions some Muslim guy was making about this big fucking attack that's supposed to happen.
Yeah, the basically a cursory analysis of it is it's simply like it's like an index finder of all the known internet history. Basically, it'll run through all these programs on the internet and do these massive word searches and then like combine the rhetoric that it sees, and then it but I do believe that these AI are being programmed to make specific ideas, and that one of the ideas, this has to do back to the segregation question, is that the AI has created, I mean, you've seen Twitter, the AI is creating this movement where people are being under the impression that all these nobles of Europe were black and stuff, and this all has to do with the internationalist agenda to push the race button, and that this is what they're doing. They're getting everyone's goat, and they're using the AI to produce ideas to influence the masses. And that the only reason I use that term is because that's the term the Illuminists use, and I have to speak in the Illuminist language to convey the great work of the Illuminists, and that their great work is it's all happening before our very eyes, and everybody's chanting for it to happen, because in magic the initiate has to come of his own free will and accord. Just like in masonry, you must come of your own free will and accord. You cannot, you can't be forced into it. You have to come willingly. And all these people are willing to believe in the
Well, instead of talking about like real Black history, like talking about the Cushites, for example, who were an incredibly advanced warrior race, or talking about the Moors, or the civilization that was actually Africa at the time. Instead of doing that, they put this goofy stuff out there, for Black people to embrace. But what they're really trying to do is they're trying to make them look foolish. This whole thing where they had that mini series where they made what's her name, Cleopatra. They made her Black basically, and history knows that she wasn't Black, but they insist on doing these things, and it really doesn't help anybody. It's like they're basically telling Black people the only way that they can have a history or like themselves or have a history they can be proud of is to lie to themselves or insert themselves where they historically really weren't. In some cases there's some truth there. Like I know that there was a Black samurai, but what was he doing all the things that the miniseries or movie has him doing? I don't know. But I think that there's plenty of stuff there for Blacks/Africans to embrace without having to go in and make every Star Wars character Black or make them a lesbian witch or something like that. It's forcing it down people's throats. That's when you start having problems.
Yeah, they should be proud to be related to the Atlanteans, because Atlanteans are most likely Black. But before the term Black was even applied to an African, they used to call them in the old books in the 1700s because the Spanish, who were the slave traders, termed them that. The fact that they still use the term, they're still under the spell of these Spanish slave traders. They need to stop using that. They used to be called muscle men. That's what they called Black people, Africans, back 200 years ago, 300 years ago. The term was never, the Spanish word for Black, which is negro, that was not used. And that the fact that, and then eventually this Muslim term did turn into Muslim, and that but the Muslim thing is that word. It was a perversion of the Illuminists to create basically they create the Islam religion isn't ancient. It was created by these Illuminists, around the time prior to Ignatius
Islam's a very
Loyola.
new religion. It's very new,
Yeah.
and there was a religion in that area that was the pre-Muslim Arab religion, which is basically like, the Canaanite religion and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
There was jinn and stuff like that before there was Islam. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like Islam's first angel of their chief deity is Malak, which is synonymous with Moloch, and that they're worshiping the same religion as the Moloch religion of Babylon in the city of Hanan, or what's it called? The Haman, yeah. And that city was one of those grave cities. It was a necropolis, and that it's like if you were to equate the ancient terms to modern day, it's like the New World Order has turned America, our capital, into a necropolis. And that,
well, it's because the people that control this world, they don't want us to know their true roots. We've only been able to decipher it through intense research, people that have defied the system, that have defied academia, that have defied the accepted historical interpretation, and brought us the actual truth. Otherwise, we wouldn't know anything about the Canaanite religion or where these people actually come from. And I personally feel that Islam was created for that very reason, to hide the true history and religion and beliefs of the controllers.
Yeah. Well, plus to indoctrinate the masses into an opposing group under the assassin regime. I'm sure you're familiar with that, but the
Hashashins.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they intersected with the Templars during the Crusades, and that was probably the birth of modern day Luciferianism, or at least a synchronization of two viewpoints that were more alike than anybody probably thought that they should be. And that was literally the birth of the form of Satanism that goes on behind the scenes as we know it, to the illumination through Satan, the devil is your savior sort of thing.
Well, it's like Blavatsky herself says openly in her books that the snake in the Garden of Eden is God. So they worship the serpent, the deceiver, and that the connection between Lucifer and Satan is that they're both dragons or serpents. Satan the dragon in the New Testament, and that this old dragon that they worship, I don't know if it's a symbol of the sun or if it's a symbol of I guess it doesn't matter what it's a symbol of, but the modern day terms, they still bear the same flag, the red flag, and that it all boils down to this movement, this Illuminati movement that was emerged from France in the 1700s, and that same movement that started the French Revolution is controlling Russia and China and our country, and we're in grave danger because of William Cooper's prediction about World War III being in America, and that he believed that the internationalists would, detonate a nuke inside of a major city in America. That's what William Cooper's prediction was, which is scary.
Yeah, I didn't know that. William Cooper made that prediction of 9/11 months before it happened, and I believe Alex Jones actually copied him, and he went on air, went on somewhere, and was making some of the similar predictions as William Cooper. The difference was that William Cooper was immediately killed after he made this prediction, and Alex Jones is still bouncing around his fat ass today. That kind of lends credibility to my theory, and probably a lot of other people's theory, that Alex Jones is a ripoff of William Cooper, and he's basically a controlled opposition form of William Cooper. Whether or not William Cooper was being fed this info, he at least had the wherewithal to question it and to do his own research, whereas Alex Jones is nothing but a phony mouthpiece, a complete shill, and couldn't really be more obvious.
It's either Alex Jones. I would say like a 90, 80, maybe 75% chance that Alex Jones is that, or there's a 25% chance that he's just totally crazy, basically.
Yeah, I wish that I could buy into that, but the whole sneaking into Bohemian Grove, and then his connections to Stratfa and all his family being CIA, and just the way he manipulates people, especially on the right, like it's just real obvious. I mean, I could show you other stuff offline, but I'd have to like pull out my old hard disks and stuff like that.
I'm definitely aware of lots of false things that Alex Jones has said over the years. And
did you see the one where he was interrupting that gallery? Well, he interrupts. I think it's I want to say it's pro Second Amendment gathering, and he's going out there with like a blowhorn, and he's just like talking over everybody. They're like, Alex, what are you doing? You're acting like COINTELPRO. You're just shouting over us. You're causing trouble. He's going, no, you're COINTELPRO. They're just like accusing each other back and forth.
I really think he might be just he might just be like, he says so much shit, like I don't know if, because it's like my friend Jamie has met him several times, and she's a pretty good judge of character, I would say.
I don't doubt he's a real person. I know he's a real person. I could shake his hand, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's his reason. Most people that get into that stuff will get gang stalked like crazy, or probably even killed. Like once you, I don't have like a huge following. Like I got a small cult following, but if I had like a following like that, I would be killed or something like that. I'd be gang stalked, killed. My car would probably be blown up, and that would happen to anybody that gets like too big of a following.
Well, he might be safe just because he's in Texas and everybody carries guns there.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I could show you. I'll show you some stuff later on. But I mean, I've been telling this stuff to I've been telling this stuff to Todd too for years, and I don't think he's fully convinced either. He's still all about Trump, so he can be hard to convince.
The Bohemian Grove has all that SS, the secret blank inside of it, because of all the ex-presidents, and that there's no way that he would have got past security. I mean, it's unless he was crawling on the ground in a ghillie suit or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then he's like he's confronting that that other one you were kind of talking about, where he goes up to that senator, whoever he is, and says, "Oh, you're a Luciferian. I know it. You were at Bohemian Grove." And the guy's like, "Well, how did you get in there?" He's like, "Oh, I snuck in there." And then the guy's like, "Well, you're not supposed to be in there." Blah blah blah. And then he's like,
well, the secret societies do work in a way to where they will blackmail people with sexual proclivities. Like that's why in the book Nasta Webster writes, which I don't agree with Nasta Webster's anti-Semitism, but like she mentions how, I think it was Jean Rousseau Pierre or whatever, he was telling Weishaupt that he was going to make a female version of Illuminati. One class would be the outer degree of sexual people who would divulge information from people or use them as leverage, and then the other group would be the intelligentsia females that were the Illuminists, and that these two groups were never exposed. It was only talked about in a letter, and that there's no modern lore to it, but these two groups could still be in existence, and that's why I was mentioning those pop singers, like you were talking about Poppy, and that I was mentioning Ice Spice. They could be one of the outer core female Illuminist members who are, the sexual
Well, look at this thing that I posted the other day on Twitter, where this was from I forget what state it was from. I'm trying to bring it up before it takes too long, but it's basically a news article talking about the marshals, federal marshals. They rescued 200 kids that were all abducted by child trafficking. I mean, that's just one recent story from like a couple weeks ago. You literally, if you look for it, you see these news stories all the time. The fact that we have a worldwide pedophilia child slavery ring is completely undeniable. It is literally a fact that law enforcement will acknowledge.
Yeah, it's been going on since the 90s. I mean, that one case that Cooper talks about where 37 babies were their dead bodies were found buried along this fence row, and then the New Mexico tried to make an anti-satanic law, and that because this happens in modern times too. What I'm about to bring up is that and this is Illuminati, not Jewish people, but the B'nai B'rith Anti-Defamation League stepped in when they tried to make this anti-satanic bill in New Mexico, which was about 37 babies being ritually sacrificed in a satanic cult, and had nothing to do with Judaism, because the ADL is not pro-Jewish people. You know, they are Illuminists, and that's why the ADL created the NWA, and that well, handpicked them, I should say, and that the ADL is involved in Hollywood with the movies, MGM, Meyer Lansky, what's the name of that?
Well, the term Jew itself is a mind control phrase. Like, it's literally something that it's a word, when people hear it, they go crazy. It has so much attached to it. And a lot of it is like, well, I'm not going to get into it, but basically normal Jewish people are used as puppets. They're not evil in any shape or form. They're just people that have a specific religion. And just like the Palestinians or non-Palestinians, because they're really from Jordan and Syria and Lebanon, etc., they're being put in a certain area in order to fight a war that probably doesn't really have much to do with their actual genetic heritage at all. It's basically just it's a giant psyop that we're all part of. And it's to the point where we don't even want to, I could say this for myself, but we don't even want to use that word. We don't even want to say Jewish or Jew or anything like that because of everything that's attached to it. I mean, that's what I feel it is.
Well, I think that the secret societies and the outer core with their religious beliefs they use people as symbolic sacrifices, and that, you know, when they termed the Holocaust in Germany as a sacrifice of these people, it's Holocaust in Hebrew means burnt offering. And then when Nagasaki and Hiroshima happened, they used the phrase Holocaust. And
that's true.
Those two cities were both Christian cities, and so the Christians and the Jewish people are both symbols of this sacrificial lamb, and that's why they are sacrificed. The New World Order sacrifices Christians and Jewish people. You know,
and that's what I want people to kind of see. Not that it's ever going to happen, but I wish that people could see that. It's people get way too caught up in this us versus even me. I was doing it, like I was really pro-Palestinian, and I had to kind of ask myself, I was like, wait, what's going on here? Now the liberals are the pro-Palestinian people and the conservatives are the pro-Israel people. This makes no sense. It should literally be backwards. Like, you know, the liberal Jews should be all about Israel. Like, now they're like flipping things and making it even weirder. That's when I said, you know what, screw this stuff. I'm not picking either side. I could just see how this is all a total manipulation.
Oh yeah. Well, that's an example of the Magi getting your goat, you know. They're getting your goat. They're pissing you off. And that's the same premise of Dianetics and Scientology, because Scientology is the left-hand path. The worship of each of the secret societies, the master of the society is God, the embodiment on earth, just like how the Pope is God, and that the you know, like L. Ron Hubbard is God in Scientology, or but the only group that was against that in ancient times, before the Masons were Illuminists, were the Masons, who were sick of the Roman Empire, and they were sick of the kings and their religions and the non-freedom of religion. And so that's when they created America, so people could have their own religion, believe whatever the hell they want, and that they wanted this freedom, and that because they believed in you know, like I'm thinking of the Latin word here Libertas, or no, I forget the word, but so they wanted freedom, and they had their own secret society, which was no part of the Illuminists or the Jacobins or the House of Stuart or all these other Fabians and whatnot. But like, so they were like, F you, the crown, F you, Rome. We're gonna set a bunch of people free, and they knew they would just piss everybody off. And that's why John Hancock signed his name so big, because he was like, F you, King of England, and that I do believe that once the Illuminists, because Weishaupt, I do believe, after listening to that one episode last night or the other night that I sent you of Cooper's, I do believe he was a Jesuit, because Cooper confers that Cooper believed he was a Jesuit, and that
Weishaupt?
Yeah, and that
he was a Jesuit. I believe it says it on Wikipedia. That's a good check, but yeah, he's definitely
ex-Jesuit these days. But I believe that he was just pretending to be an ex-Jesuit. But
yeah, absolutely, that whole thing was a Jesuit thing. Like those guys are not the Illuminati. The Bavarian Illuminati. Basically, they took like a buzzword and a phrase, and they repurposed it, and that's how a lot of their texts are. They're either real and they're saying it, they're fake, or they're alchemical documents, like the alchemical wedding of Christian Rosencreutz, where it's a story that is meant to carry like a spiritual meaning. It's not actually something that happened. And I believe that the Bavarian Illuminati is exactly that. There was already an Illuminati.
Well,
all the secret societies existed already, but they took that term and they came up with like a movement at the time, an Illuminist movement, but that's not the original Illuminati.
In ancient times, the Illuminati were the great builders who built the pyramids and so on, but in modern times, the Illuminati are the world government conspiracists. And that,
I mean, I could explain it better. I just don't want to say it publicly because there's like certain secrets I don't want to give away on here.
Well,
but
the goals
there's more to it.
Well, the goals of Weishaupt and Robespierre and Klutzer, there's so many different weird names, but the goals of all these people who made all these different things, and even like, well, I don't want to go off track, but their goals, they had 10 planks, and their 10 planks were identical to the Communist Manifesto. And that Nasta Webster goes over it in her book World Revolution about these putting these things side by side, paragraph by paragraph, side by side, where you can see the phraseology is duplicate. It's the same because they're all Illuminists, and that their revolution in France destroyed the monarchy, which the writers say that the monarchy wasn't that bad. People were living good lives and stuff, but then the Illuminists came and they took away they took away luxury items, and so then all these different businesses and stuff of people making luxury items went in the trash. And we've seen the same thing happen during the pandemic, where they said in the pandemic, remember they said, what was that thing with the workers? One of my friends who was a machinist, he got paperwork that said he was a essential worker, quote unquote.
Oh yeah, essential workers.
Well, that was the Illuminists. They were cutting out the luxury items. You could no longer buy octane boost for your gas to make your car go faster. You can no longer buy certain...
They're actually doing that to us right now. It's just most people can't see it because they're in school. They don't teach us about the economy. But what's happening right now is, as you know, there's massive inflation. They're basically just printing up money just beyond that they've ever done before. And then on top of that, in order to counter that huge inflation, they're having to raise interest rates. So interest rates are super high. Like to get a house is like 7% interest. So you have a completely fake propped up economy going on. Meanwhile, all these businesses are going out of business. Like there's malls that are, I'm sure you have them in your area, malls that are completely empty. The drugstores, Walgreens, Rite Aid, they just went out of business. They're all going under, right under our noses, and we're too fucking stupid collectively as people to see what's going on around us, and it's sickening.
What's the same blueprint as what everything you said is the same thing that happened in France, in Russia, in China, and even in China they killed millions of people Mao killed 40 million people, and that they killed the ancient Chinese religion. They set out with the old, and then they used a symbol. They used the symbol of the fist in the air. That was the Chinese symbol for Mao, and the Chinese Illuminists, because the Illuminists were not just confined within Europe and Ignatius Loyola and the Jesuits. They went all over the world. The Triads, the Yakuza.
Well, it goes back to what we were just talking about with the Templars and the Hashashins meeting in the Middle East, meeting in that area of Israel, because that's when the Satanism of the Middle East, the worship of Al-Shaitan or the Shaitans, intersected with the Western type of Satanism tradition. And that's where the Templars invented the banking system that the Rothschilds eventually used to take over the world. So these things are very intertwined. The secret societies, the shifting around of money and wealth and paintings and artifacts, jewels, and using them as collateral against paper money. Like, this was all invented in the time of the Templars and brought forth to be used as a world controlling power during the time of the beginnings of the Rothschild banking dynasty. And then the Rothschilds themselves, they go back much further into this Khazarian, Hungarian, Turkish sort of area that we were talking about earlier with our guest. They're actually they have a royal lineage, like a legitimate one, from that area of the world. So what they were bringing forth with their banking dynasty definitely goes way back into and look who they're worshiping at Bohemian Grove, Moloch, who was like the god back in the days of the Carthage and the Canaanites and all of them. So it's, at least I can say for me, it's becoming more and more obvious who these people actually are.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said there's two Knights Templar. One was the European ones that were actual Christians, and the other was the ones who were initiated into something in the Middle East. And that I do believe that when they excavated the Solomon stables, that they found this Solomonic oath, and that they found the secret religion of Solomon, and then they brought it back, and that it was some sort of solar mythos, I would assume, based on because the seal of Solomon was the seal of the star of Polaris, and then I forget the opposite star, but it was.
Well, they worship. I mean, this isn't contradictory to what you're saying, but the reason they love Solomon is because he was a follower of the Christian God who turned his back on the Christian God and became a worshiper of the old Canaanite gods. And they really respect that, because he went from white to dark and then supposedly back to light again at the end of his life. But they see him as kind of that bipartisan sorcerer figure, and they're doing all the same stuff that he was doing back then. So of course they're gonna freaking idolize the guy.
Yeah, well, it's like think of it all, keep it all in symbols. You want to forget a lot of the stuff, but like the Solomon's temple and the female, what was the name of that?
Queen of Sheba?
Well, the god that Solomon started worshiping was Astarte or Tanit or Isis.
Yeah, that was definitely one of them, and also was it Beelzebub, or there's another one too that he was, but it doesn't matter. The point being that he was worshiping these pagan gods, and another version is the story of Jezebel, who was taking, I think, Christian churches or temples or Jewish temples. Sorry, my understanding can be a little bit weak about some of this stuff, but she was converting them to the same thing. She was getting them to worship the old Canaanite gods that Yahweh had forbidden.
Yeah, it's like
so
it's like Crowley. He termed himself the beast of Babylon, of Revelations.
It does make you wonder, though, because if Yahweh was trying to kill these people, Like maybe he is the good guy because like if they're out fucking raping babies and eating entrails and doing shit like that, and he wanted to kill them, like I could get aboard that. That sounds like a reasonable plan of action to get rid of these people.
Well, it's like the volcano god. I had to turn on my echo cancellation. The volcano god Vulcan and this whole idea of it. I mean, from the people that I've talked to, that were self-proclaimed high adepts or whatnot, they claim that the Native American stories and the Viking mythos was the strongest. It still had the strongest symbols, and that the certain Middle Eastern and other mythos had lost the power of the symbols, and so the gnosis of the initiate of this symbol story was then, like a mold that was pressing out faulty initiates, and so thus this debauchery system is born of this phallic worship and all this stuff, where the original symbols of it was not anything. There was no sexual connotation to it, and that
I think the thing that we're missing here that might be the clue to solve all this is the brazen serpent.
Oh yeah, well that's very interesting because you could equate it to the Ouroboros, and that according to the alchemists, the Ouroboros was always with Pan, and that it was always on a pillar, and that it kind of boils back down to the Osiric worship and the Osiric cycle and the secret religion of because all the highest venerations of the secret societies always lean towards the Egyptian or sometimes the Babylonian. Like there's certain Babylonian passwords. Like I'm pretty sure Beelzebub is from Babylon.
That is Beelzebub is actually Zeus, because the sound of flies buzzing, it's actually supposed to be the same as the sound of lightning about to hit, that electrical sound. Bzz, bzz, bzz. So basically Beelzebub is just a different name for Zeus, the Lord of the gods, the father of the gods. But,
Lord of the flies.
Yeah, exactly. And actually it translates to Lord of all that flies, or Lord of the host, which is basically the paternal father god. It gets weird because, like I was talking about the guest, there's that point where the Germanics take over Rome and it becomes the Byzantine Empire, and they take all the gods and turn them into demons. Like even gods that may have been related to the Christian God. It's impossible to tell what was going on because of the way that they flip history and flip the understanding of things. It's like puzzling to me.
Well, it's like you remember that Lord of the Flies movie?
Yeah,
that movie had the symbolism in it. There was two. It broke down to two societies. One was of fire and ate meat, and the other was pretty sure they were vegans, possibly. But
there's that part where they put the head on the stick. That sounds like Baphomet shit, or like John the Baptist, that ritual that we were talking about earlier, where they take the head, they put it on the stick, and they talk to it.
Yeah, we should definitely rewatch that movie and try to see if there's any type of, because I guarantee there's got to be some kind of esoteric thing that we've overlooked in the symbology of the movie.
Probably, but we got to go though. We're going too long. I got to get going. I got to work tomorrow.
It's almost 4:20.
Exactly. Take a minute to say what you want to say and plug and promote, and then we'll hop off.
Well, I guess the Illuminati broadcast that from William Cooper that I uploaded the last time on my channel, Third World Assassin, is very detrimental. The call-in part at the end is not important, and the beginning part is a lot about the Russian conspiracy and the Soviets and so on. But like right about the 45-minute mark to an hour 45-minute, he goes on and on. He starts off with the ancient mysteries and then goes through to the modern Illuminist movement, and he names all the names, and he does it so well, where it's like god damn, I can't put that in better words, so you all gotta listen to it. But yeah, subscribe to my shit, subscribe to Dan's shit. Follow me on Twitter. Follow him on Twitter. Definitely. Yeah, and I just got my YouTube channel monetized, but only my main stuff is monetized. I don't monetize the Lane Cooper or anything, but like if I get enough, I'll buy Dan a katana.
All right, I can vibe with that. Something that I can need, along with a new computer chair.
Oh yeah, I need one of those too. All right, peace.
All right, thanks, Clint. Head over to his channel, Clint Aestwood on YouTube. And looks like we still got Gio on. Gio, would you like to say some goodbyes?
Yeah, I just kind of popped back in after going to get something to eat, but definitely a great show today. Headless Giant had a really good amount of knowledge and education on a lot of matters. And the only thing I would say is do more for others than you do for yourself. And that wraps it up. Check out Clint over at Third World Assassin, and Daniel, always great show.
Awesome. Thank you, Gio. Good to have you on tonight or today, this afternoon, stretching into this evening. Quickly, I want to do that mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing moment of the day is brought to you by BlackRock and the Rockefeller Foundation. So I'm going to say that the mind-blowing moment of the day, the Goths coming from the Scythians. Scythians were brutal people. If you want to go down an interesting rabbit hole, look into that. But for me, that's just completely mind-blowing considering the implications. Real quick, touch on some sports stuff. Otani hit a ball that bounced off a little kid's head. If you want to laugh and maybe feel kind of sorry for this kid, check out that video. He hits a homer and just bounces right off the kid's head. I believe he's okay though, so I'm glad about that. WWE is continuing their bloodline angle. They're now up to 4 Samoans, or I think maybe 2 or 3 of them are Tongans, and the rest are Samoans, something like that. But the bloodline angle, very interesting. Roman Reigns has still not been seen. It seems like they're building up to a return and then maybe having the old bloodline go against the new bloodline. That should be interesting. And then it looks like LeBron James' son is going to be playing and jumping over the world of the NBA. Looks like they're going to be playing together. A lot of people are looking forward to that. That's it. Not a whole lot of sports stuff today. We're at the 4-hour and 20-minute mark. I want to try to make this show under 4 hours. You know, I've talked about this a lot, but so someone who knows I subscribe, name the other channels I should subscribe to, please. Well, there's quite a few of them. Clint's channel is Clint Aestwood, AE, instead of just Eastwood, it's AE. And then as far as like everybody's different shows and stuff like that, Headless Giant, I believe his podcast is just called Headless Giant. Not everybody's on YouTube as well. So some guys are more on Instagram. Some guys are on Spotify. A lot of guys do their shows and they just, they stream it out through one of these other services, but they don't have their show on everything like I do. So to find them, let me know who specifically you're trying to get a hold of. I try to get everybody to explain to the listeners how they can get to them. Like, put an email out there or a URL or your name on a social media or just what your show name is. So, and where it's located so people can go look for it. But I understand that can get kind of challenging sometimes. So I'll work on getting everybody more on the same page in that regard, where we can promote a little bit better and drive people to these other shows and things like that. Because I can't do a show every day. So you guys got to have some kind of content you can slurp up. Plus, one of the reasons for coming on here is because, people can come on here and promote their works. It's kind of like a equal exchange. You come on here, you give some of your insights and promote your show. Maybe I go on your show and promote my show and give some insights. So it just all kind of feeds into itself. And if you want to be a part of it, just come by and check out the schedule, come to the live show. Join us. If you're a little shy, just hang on in the chat. You can comment from there. Just watch. If you are feeling spry, you can jump up on the panel and actually interact with us firsthand. Absolutely love when people do that. But that's pretty much all I have for today. I do thank you guys for joining me. We got a lot of shows scheduled. Next Friday at 4 p.m., we'll be talking to Alan and Kim Bishop. Alan and Kim Bishop. They talk about some real cool historical, archaeological stuff. The following Friday, the 19th, we'll be getting Jamie Hanshaw on. That's 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll be talking to her. Excited about that. She's going to be live on video. The following week on the 26th, we're going to be talking to Nyx from Subconscious Realms. So really excited to get to know her. Got plenty of females coming on. That's something that we said that we were going to try to do, is get a stronger female presence on the show. Nobody likes watch a show with just a bunch of guys. We like to have that dynamic there, that balance. Love to see more female listeners jumping on panel with us, joining us in the chat, as well as more Asians and Africans and Russians and homosexuals and Wiccans and disabled people, dwarves. We want representation from all across the board on this show. Muslims, Indians, who am I missing? Pygmies, the blue people, centaurs, statars, mermaids, giants, half giants, trolls, actual trolls, not online trolls, vampires. We need more vampires like Logan to come on here. We need Logan to come on here more. But that's pretty much all I have for you guys. Keep updated on the show. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Please donate. Really need those donations. Just helps me keep everything together. Helps keep the lights on, the servers up. This show will never make as much as a show that charges you to listen. And that's where you guys got to step up, because there's no incentive for you to donate to the show. And I totally understand that. But just do it because you value this program and you don't mind throwing a few dollars, $3, $5, $10, $12, $15, $20 to this show to make sure it stays on the air and make sure that we can continue to grow. The goal is the same. The goal is to get this show to 5 days a week. And I haven't given up on that. The least that I've done is I've put a lot more content out there. We're doing a long show. We're remaining consistent. We're not taking long breaks. But unfortunately, I still have to work a 9-to-5 job. And I don't want to do that anymore. So those donations, they add up. And if we start getting enough of those, then, hey, I can quit and just do this show full time. And if I have to make some changes to make that happen and do the show every day, or make things bigger and badder somehow, then I'll do that, because I want everybody to be able to hear the show. And I want this show to be an actual daily show that you can listen to every day. So help me make that a reality and donate to End of Days Radio. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate. Other than that, just a big thank you to everybody that joined tonight. Thank you to everybody that's been listening, especially because it's a Saturday afternoon show, so it's a little bit different than our normal time. But big thank you to everybody that's been listening. I'm getting lots of feedback, people telling me how much they love this show. And I absolutely love that. I love hearing that stuff. So keep it coming. And if you want to send me a guest suggestion or ask me to come on your show, remember that's Daniel, endofdaysradio@gmail.com. This is Daniel signing out from those beautiful broken ruins. Let's cue that music and get out of here. Thank you, everybody, once again.